Hello, chat. I can finally post them on my own terms. I can post the update. There's a typo. Shit. Hold on. I can post it on my own terms now. Let's go. Is Elf here for Horse Beyond? I hope so. What's up, Blue Mage? How's it going? Welcome in, chat. Welcome back to Subathon. What a wonderful Subathon that will definitely end someday. Yo, congrats, London, on the first. Nice. That's 1,000 more XP you get for today's poll. Let's go. Congratulations. Chat, there's been an update. The voice changer that Speedy got me has finally come in. Hi, London. Hi, Forger. Hi, Rain. Hi, Ty. How's it going?
At London Blue IE new. I was just about to click it.
No. 10 gambas. Oh my god, Dino in the Discord is so funny. What's up, Sherbs? Womp womp. Yes. Did you see the poll? I did not see a poll. I did not see the poll. What was the poll? I'm scared and terrified. Was it? Yes. Of course. Of course. Congratulations, Neptune.
Look in polls.
Yo, Keel, how's it going? Wait, no way. There's no way it's Meng. Is that actually Meng? You're lying. You're lying. Meng? What? What's up, Rouge? Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, and we got a Helium. And a show dog. No, not a show dog. Okay, chat. This is gonna take a second. Apologies. No, the poll's not up yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, online. How's it going? Welcome in.
Yay.
I think that was more than I was supposed to, but that's okay. Chat, you better not laugh at me, I swear to God. This is not funny. This is serious. For fuck's sake. Whose idea was this? I swear. Fuck. Okay. Nope, I can't even take myself seriously. I'm not laughing.
I can't stop laughing.
God damn it, stop. No, stop. It'll go away very quickly. It'll go away very... Oh, wow. Actually, that went by way faster. Hold on. I think you guys can... That was way too fast. Last time I tried this, it was way faster. Did you know that if this heats up too much, it'll explode? That's pretty cool. Thanks for the clip. You're
Every day
evil.
he becomes more and more like the entertainment gremlin in his heart.
Hi, how's it going? Ignore the changes. Thank you for the hydrates. For fuck's sake. Piper's, like, mad at me right now. Everyone wouldn't laugh. What's up, Axolotl? Fuck!
Careful, Ori. It can also cause you to suffocate. Make sure there's a timer between the things.
There's kind of a timer. It can only be redeemed 3 times per stream, so that's just a heads up. Congratulations, chat, on your Helium redeem. You're playing Cards Against Humanity. That sounds like fun. I hope you have fun. Thanks. That runs out so fast. That's what I was thinking.
We love
that. Is amazing. I love the Helium. The Helium one. The Helium one. Yay, Helium Ordo. What's up? God damn it, chat. Who conned me into this? We need to get Helium and Turn-Off and Hot Sauce all at once. I don't think that's true. I don't think you need that at all. Yo, Dog Streamer, what's going on? This early, no less. Holy shit. Your body undergoes changes. Your voice might change. You might need to shower more regularly. It's all perfectly normal. There's a gas that makes your voice deeper. Hexafluoride. I love hexafluoride so much. Or trying to blame stream for his own thing. What do you mean? I didn't blame. What did I blame stream for? What do you mean? How's it going, guys? What's up? What's up? Chat, I'm actually very excited for some of the options. For anyone who doesn't know, if you go to the Discord right now, you can see what each poll is going to offer.
It's
what
helium,
each option
not
is.
radiation poisoning.
It is radiation poisoning. It's actually just a giant box of uranium. Oh, streamer mode, that's
right. The random knowledge is strong in this one. Spins into the room at 7 billion RPM and stops all dizzy like. Clutching a 1:1 scale Neptune plushie asterisk hi Ori hi hello hi the helium is very funny also chat vote purple or else.
What's up? Oh, Bessie, you just missed the helium. They redeemed the helium so recent. I think what I need to do is I need to do it slower for a longer period because when I tested it, it lasted a lot longer.
Hi wolf, hi forager.
At least twice as long. What's up, Enderman? How's it going? Welcome in. I'm actually very excited for some of the options on the poll today. So if you go into the Discord right now, you can see in Ori updates all of what we're gonna do depending on what wins the poll today. is
Hi,
there.
Forager,
And I'm actually
hi,
very
Diamond.
excited for a lot of them. Hello, 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 hello. What are you offering me to vote for Urkel? It's like 2 a.m. for me. Oh, goodness, that's not good. I will attempt an Art of Moth. Art of Moth. What? Chat, I saw 4 hydrates on the board, so I need to go fill up my water. I'll be right back. Why not vote Gren? The real Thai guy is back, not the one from the message thread impersonating him.
Might want to check your
Oh, no.
Discord DMS streamer.
Which ones? The ones that you sent me? I have a
I will
secret
stay
about
for
that.
some time. Do that. But get good sleeps too.
Is Blue Mage? Okay, Blue Mage is subbed. Okay, so as in way of DMs, because I know I've had a DM from you for a long time, Blue Mage, and I also know I asked you to DM me,
At the
because
Forager 56 I will.
in my defense, I'm a terrible person. Okay, with that in mind, I think that the thing that I'm trying to talk to you about is still being constructed. I went on break before I finished, and then I came back and I still need to finish it.
In his
And
defense, he hates chat.
I do not hate chat. I keep my notifications unread so that I remember to respond, because if you send me a message
No,
and I
not
look
very
at
nice,
it
Fallon.
and I don't respond, I will not remember to respond. So I have it open for that reason, to remind me to keep working on it, and I have been regularly working on it. I just thought I was more prepared when I asked the question. And I do have some preparation. It's still a conversation I need to have. I have been very complacent as of recently, especially after break and everything like that. But I owe you a deep-ass conversation, Blue Mage. Ori, don't say you're a terrible person. It's only 1/3 accurate. What's the 1/3? What third of me is the terrible person? Orange. If it's complacency that makes me terrible, it's actually 2/4, or otherwise known as 1/2 of me. No wonder I don't have any friends, chat. Or why do you vote Moth in the Who's Hotter poll? Moth is cute, not hot. Oh, I thought it said who's the most attractive. And also personality. Personality is hot, chat. Yeah, it does say attractive. Yep. Oh. I'm not saying cutest or silliest, I'm saying hot. Yeah, Moth still has a hot personality in my opinion. I stand by it. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the group chat for Horrors Beyond. I've actually been on break for the West March for a while now. Oh, interesting. Oh, gotcha. Oh, well, you are correct. I have not checked that. Oh, gotcha. Okay, let me edit it. Let me edit it.
We still do need to have the conversation.
Yes, we do. Are you on like a perma break from the West March, or are you on a temporary break from the West March? There we go. Moth is winning? I'm shocked. You know, I mean, okay, Moth kind of got sometimes, like very sometimes. Interesting. I like Moth a lot, dude. Moth is actually really cool. Like as a character and as their like as his development arc, like I think Moth is really fucking cool. Temporal trying to get a job. Understandable. Have a nice day. Yo, thank you so much for people who are joining the Discord. Moth has the ideal body. All fluff. Moth is in fact a neat duder, quote
Eve
unquote.
has 0 votes. He has 0 riz.
Rain, this may be a surprise, but
People like
chat loves
people
you.
they can carry.
No, Eve with no Riz. I'm tormented greatly. Should I have made a Riz character, chat? Maybe next time I'll make a Riz character. People like people that can carry, real. I forgot I'm in the West March. I need to be more active there. Oh, you're so fair, dog. You're so fair. No, like this. Neptune is winning now, I think. I was actually really kind of assuming that it would either be Neptune or Erikoth who wins. Like, I feel like Neptune and Erikoth are the pretty boys. Oh, yeah, no, Neptune's pulling ahead hard. Here. This is the one that they're talking about over in polls right here.
I am going to go do other things while this is the topic of conversation. Still have stuff to catch up on.
All right, fair enough. Fucking real. This is the conversation that people are talking about right now. Oh, wow. Okay. happening in real time. Sorry, Evie, sorry, Frost. Evie and Frost can have lunch at the losers table together. Frost lost a vote. Oh, Frost. Oh, now it's tied. It's completely tied. Oh, no, it's not. It was for a second, I swear. Okay, okay. It's moving quick. Jesus Christ. Oh, no, it's just Evie. Evie sits alone. Evie just sits alone at the losers table. I'm cry. And Frost Evie and Frost sharing lunch at the ugly table. Aww. Frost is legit hot, but Neptune clears, I'm afraid. Real. Oh, bye, Frost. Now, Frost is eating at the loser table alone. I don't know. I feel like in this specific instance, I feel like Erikoth, Frost, and Evie are all eating the loser table. Which is weird that Erikoth was invited to that. I'm gonna be honest. Why is the giant demon guy not winning? I don't understand, but so be it, I guess. Chat pop off. Counter. Neptune is a fish. I mean, moth is a moth. Wild. You're messing with the poll? I can tell. That's what I'm realizing. The last time I sent you was on May 21st. Why does it say that you have 3 notifications from me? Because I haven't opened them yet. That's what I'm talking about. Is that I've had them there so that I remember the whole time. Erikoth is so fucking hot. The animals are carrying, I guess. I finally joined the Discord. Thank you! Happy to have you. Much appreciated. You're amazing. Chat in about 15 minutes, give or take, we'll be throwing up the poll for what we're going to be doing today. For anyone who doesn't know, the way that the poll works, it's going to be colorful. There's going to be 6 colors on it. And you guys are going to be able to vote on which one you want. And the amount of votes that you get is based on how much XP you have in stream. So you can do exclamation point XP or exclamation point level to see where you're at right now. And that'll be how many votes you get in that poll. So the more time you spend in stream...
such high carry capacity. Because he is carrying the group is the sexiness department.
Real. Because if when we vote in the poll, you'll only be able to vote 1 time, and the more this time you spend in stream lurking
_passchoir
or sending chats, the more weight you have in polls like these.
XP.
So, XP. Pathetic. Oh my god, Moonchi, you have so much fucking XP, Jesus Christ. You can see the big differences, right? Between like 5 grand and 170. Oh my god, that's hot. Copy paste, so Ori sees Evie is hot, but in a God just kiss me before you trip over a rock, you fucking dumbass kind of way. Yeah, Evie's kind of a himbo. Yep, 10k
I am
votes.
like the midlist of the road on the XP side. I'm like the, oh, I moved up to 7. Cool.
I love the realization for that. That currency leaderboard is really interesting. I think you can do currency, or is it balance? Yeah. No, it's currency. That's for stream avatars. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you're following right now, you have a little duder at the bottom, and you can modify the little duder either in the about page, or if you're on PC, there should be widgets like either here or like here, give or take, somewhere on the side of the screen. You can click on it. There's a little SA icon, and you can use it to modify your little duder. Evie is a twink himbo, and no one is taking me down this hill. Evie is hot in the way that an ugly dog is cute. He isn't actually hot, but it's weird looking enough that your brain gets confused and just reads it as hot instead. I'm cry, chat. I'm cry. The currency was rigged by me. It is not balanced. Correct. That is correct. I'm only behind the important peoples. That's super cool. Evie have black tears is hot enough for me. Sure. Go vote for Erikoth. Such a rude thing to say. If someone said that about me, I couldn't recover. Honestly, that's actually so fair. No, he's actually hot, just in a way that makes me roll my eyes at him. It's purple interacting with his red, honestly. I can't say no to wings. Yeah. What's on I see. So what I need to do... Okay, I can't say that. Fuck! I can fix this.
I can't say no to a lot of things Neptune got TBH.
Fucking real, though. Thank you
At
for
Diamond Thadino Plushie together you make one slightly larger executive.
I can't, Rain. It's spoilers.
I want to say something catchy, but my brain isn't braining.
He's hot, but in the way I can't stand him, but we'll get clinically depressed if he's away for more than 5
Aw, secrets. Dash.
Why is that so relatable? Pips,
Ori,
Forager
tell
says
Pips
hi.
I say hi.
Forager says hi, Pips. She said
Neptune
nothing
is
in
super
response.
hot. Except
Spoilers
for being
for what?
a man.
I can't even
But
spoil
everyone
what
has
it's a
their
spoiler
flaws.
for. That's also a spoiler.
At Rexet404 LMAO.
I love how being a man is a flaw. That's his only character flaw, is that he's
At
a guy.
Diamond Plushie, I would say everything that makes Neppy hot. But I like being not banned.
Yeah, dude, he's got like this gigantic stream ends. Basement spoilers? No, it doesn't have to do with the basement. Now how I managed to keep a woman for 7 years now. Hey, go you. Wee little pooper. Wee little pooper. Oh, honey, same. It's points. It's points is at a blaring red flag.
Be just
Oh.
annoying to irritate them, and charming enough to make them forget how much they want to slap you.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh, bye moderation, London. Neppy is peak androgynous? Real. My mod. Me, but only the first half? Yeah. I'm so fucking tired, but I can't pass the stream. Oh, if you need to get some sleep, dog, make sure to get some sleep. Take care of yourself, you guys. For fuck's sake.
Neptune is the definition of male wife.
Give me a second. I need to open a thing. What's the thing I need to open? I don't remember. I found it, chat. I found it. I big brained it. Except Manassi does a lot worse than just irritate you. Oh no. When I take like a little power nap while lurking for power. Power nap for power. Like Neptune's royal blue color scheme. I love Neptune's color scheme so much. It makes me so happy. What? Surprised at how Neppy is the hottest and the most baby boy of the lot. Yes, more than Moth, but not by much. Interesting. Neptune being hot. Did you see Art Chat, Ori? Not recently. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Whoa.
Monkey has made progress with the merch.
With the merch? Which merch? Oh, I see.
Neptune
It was the
is
merch I was
blue,
expecting.
Just like my feelings /J.
I'm blue. I would beat off a guy. I would beat off a guy. Sorry. Bless you. Thank you. Ditia said monkey instead of Moonchi. I know. It says Moonky for some reason.
On a
DTS
10
is a
point
silly
scale, the
goober.
difference between Moth and Neppy is like 1 point.
You ain't me. Chat, I think it might be time that we go ahead and we find another voice. One of the expensive voices. I feel like you guys have earned it. Where is it? 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 I don't remember what it's... Oh, it's not on this, is it? Whoops. Hold on. Chatbot gets upgrades? Yeah, but I have to remember how to do it.
I saw a bumblebee on the ground today and there were no flowers nearby. It must have broken wings. TWT.
Speaker. What is this? Hold on, I need to do some research, chat. I need to do some research on these various options. Oh, ew, that's Microsoft. Don't care. Okay, it does seem like there's a lot of options here.
In the ancient land of Eldoria.
That's very... Wah. What's this? Maybe with his tentacles up his peak.
In the ancient land of Eldoria, where sky...
Whoa, okay, okay, I see where we're coming from. Okay.
In the ancient land of Eldoria.
Okay, no, wait, hold on. There's some funny shit we could do with this. Okay, how do I do it? I like this.
Chatbot becomes an AI narrator. Please no. Less AI sounding voices.
Is her gender trans? Is her gender trans? The old guy was good. I missed so many Dino's messages. They're deleted now. No! British chat boy, my beloved. I don't think that there's going to be a way to get... I mean, unless you want it to sound like a robot, which it does now, then I don't think I'm going to be able to get around that. This is... Which one is this? Is this Watson? Yeah, this is Watson. Okay. I think what I have to do is do a little sign up. Unit. I think that the chatbot is they them. Chatbot is genderless. Genderless. I do not deal with your simple little genders.
They have a gender pin on their hoodie.
Yes. No. Oh goodness. It's gonna make me do a whole ass thing. I think it's gonna make me do a whole ass thing, chat. Skip. Skip.
Yeah, my phone doesn't like me using they them, and I didn't correct it in time.
I understand. Okay, and then nope. Stop. No.
Chatbot is above the concept of gender. A god born for the decipher ounce of chat, the communication between the high and the lowly.
Do that, do that. No, don't do that.
Would using it be rude or does it make sense?
What's that? That's
Is
how...
chat the high or the lowly in this situation?
That's how Oribot is referred to. This is this one, and then we'll blop, and then blap. Oh, wow! Okay. So now, I believe, if I remember correctly, which I don't. Where is it? This one.
At onlinerid chat is the lowly, Ori is high. Chatbot communicate us to them. At Diamond Thadino Plushi it is an old phone.
No, not that one. That one. Okay. I think that should do it, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I did that correctly, chat. Chances are low. That's a complete all redeems, unfortunate. Chat, I'm gonna need you to make chatbot say something. Good luck. I hear the phrase, who's Siani? In the song, which means empty walls. Ooh, that's cool as fuck. Wanna buy any death sticks? No, so sad. I wanna hear what this sounds like. Let's turn chatbot up. Let's make chatbot a little bit more talkative. There we go. Speak, you fool. Chatbot. Chatbot, say
Chatbot,
fudge.
speak to us.
Whoa, whoa, wait a second. That was wild. Hold on, I want to see you do it again. Hey, what's up, section? How's it going?
Hold up. What?
What to see?
No. Whoa. That's kind of wild, actually. This is weird. Oh wait, did it tried to speak there, but it didn't, I think. It's random right now.
Back.
It's random right now. So, it's just picking from a random voice every time. This isn't my chatbot.
This is not my lil guy.
Hashtag not my chatbot. Oh, please. I don't like change. Oh, there's so many options. Adam, Alice, Anthony, Aria, Arnold, Bill, Brian, Callum, Charlie, Charlotte, Chris, Daniel, Dave, Domi, Dorothy, Drew, Eli, or that's Ellie, Emily, Eric, Ethan. There's so many, chat. Ooh, that one's a cool one. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens there. We'll give you Monopoly money. You know what chatbot really wants. Who's the father in this rape again? The version of chatbot. This is not my chatbot. Dorothy, for real. Chatbot wants to say fuck. Oh, Maestro Colors, you're right. I did promise Maestro Colors. Congratulations, chat, on your Maestro Colors. It is not a lot of light. It is very, very dramatic. It tried to speak and did it not? Did I set the... There's a lot of options for these ones, so there might be wrong options.
Batu at Munchi _Pasquier, my wager for your purple vote was my attempt at moth art. You can pick what specific variety of moth art.
That one scares me. I don't like this.
Or don't.
Or don't. Okay, let's try a different one.
This is not right.
Whoa! What about that, chat? Oh, chat was sexy. Fucking feral, chat.
Whoa.
Whoa! Share here things that are not there. Understandable, dog streamer. Please get yourself some sleep. Why is chatbot changing to human chatbot? I think it would be really funny to have them just say... Chat, keep saying stuff so chatbot reads.
What is going on?
Whoa! Holy fuck! I'm concerned, but this is cool. Isn't bad, not good, but not bad. Understandable. Chatbot will be going through some changes. Chatbot's going through puberty right now. Chatbot making me feel a certain way right now. What do they call it? Oven when you oven the cold food out of the hot and eat the food. What? I don't know. Chatbot's not reading my... Okay, I'm going to turn Chatbot up a lot. Chatbot's going to get very talkative. For testing purposes, chat.
Chatbot speak dirty to me. Washing machine.
God damn it! Why was that the first thing?
Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food out hot eat the food?
What does that
Washing
mean?
machine.
Trickster colors? Good job. You
This
got the
one's
trickster color.
perfect.
Whoa! That's wild! You guys have to tell me if...
For that, I desire hair to munch on.
What? The right desire hair to munch on. You have
I've
to
got
tell
a
me...
dig old bick and I'm gonna tuck you hard for night. This is my chatbot.
Why? You have to tell me if it opens its mouth and it doesn't actually speak. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's start the poll.
At Rainy's Falling, it's song lyrics. Just here it did.
Oh my god.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Chat!
Vote purple.
There you go. The vote is up right now. The vote is up right now. If you guys would like to vote on one of these guys, you can do exclamation point vote followed by any color of your choice or
Vote
1, 2,
green.
3, 4, 5, or 6. Exclamation
Ori,
point
please
vote
change it.
spaced
Vote
color.
green. I don't like this. Vote green.
Oh my dear God. I will turn it. I will make
At
chatbots.
Diamond the Dinner Plushie HM. I would rather Neppy art, but I accept this. Just my time.
I'm gonna set it to its
Hello,
normal
chat,
speaking
Tilda. Are you
rate.
feeling good, Tilda? Chatbot, say hi, he cuties in chat.
What should you vote for? I think whatever you want. My personal vote is on chatting, work, or solo. I think that's kind of my give for today. Vote orange. I'm actually very intrigued by the chatting topic because I had an idea I want to talk to you guys about. But
Chatbot would sound interesting as a tsundere, I guess.
don't want to do nothing. Yeah, I need to be locked into Art My King. Locked in. Absolutely. Focus up, chat. Focus up.
Oh, hey, if we do chatting, can we get an advance on some basement conversation?
I'd be down.
Hey.
I'd be absolutely down for that. That'd probably be the best way to do that. Yeah. Lock the fuck in then. Yo, what's up, Zephyr? How's it going? It's not like I like you or anything. Buck. God. Why is that so funny? I changed my vote. Let me chat. Dude, absolutely amazing, Zephyr. Thank you so much. Whoa, big spike. Big spike.
At Moonchi_Pasquier, yes, ma'am. Neptune art it is, I suppose. At Blue3_Mag3 Bakadeo. I introduced another streamer to Utopia.
Really, Zephyr? Who was that? Yeah, none of the bars are filled. It's like even. It's weird. That never happens. Ayo! God, Rix, I swear to God. This is gonna take some warming up to. Do we have a chatbot head pats? I don't know how I feel about chatbot reading that. I don't either. God damn it. This is a weird transform. I don't like this voice. I think the robot should be more robotic or something. So that seems to be the controversy currently. I want Lello, but I want not vote. Why do you want not vote? Magical girl transformation for chatbot. Should be smitten. Ever
Robot
conceiving
is
a series of
robot or
words.
girl?
Jesus Christ. Hero Odyssey. Ooh, hold on. I'm looking them up. Whoops.
Vote yellow.
Hey. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's actually really cool. We could probably throw them a raid if they're available at the time. He's making a really cool interactive stream. Now I'm interested. Now I'm very interested. Chat, I think I'm going to turn the lights on. I know I've been doing the whole... we'll leave them off right now. Chat, make sure to vote.
It's not like I like you or anything. I'm not into leprechauns, or am I?
Why? Why, chat?
Ori,
Why do you do this?
There is a chatbot head pats in the server, but for some reason it's only their head and not the full plushie, and it pisses me off.
Okay, understandable. Have a nice day. I want you to know, chat, that the reason why... I don't think I made that. No, I think someone sent that to me.
Okay.
It's like waist up. What was I gonna say? Son of a shit. Poopy. Oh, the whole reason why chatbot even ended up on stream was so that chat would be read out when I wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Well, congratulations, chat. I have bad news for you. We're working on a dating sim. The poll has ended. I like the chatbot. It makes me feel like a human being with emotions. Goodness me. Yo, Virgo, what's up? Oop. Let me romance Ari. Fucker, give it now. There will be another poll. There will be another poll, chat. Just a heads up. For anyone who has ever made a novel style game or a visual novel style game, you will be happy to know that this is the worst application that you could possibly make one of these on. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Albatross. I really appreciate you. Welcome in, buddy. It is crashing every time I open it. This is going great. Yo, let me romance a fucking clock. Okay, I'm kind of wondering if we need to find a different instance to open it on. Thanks so much for the 100 daily biddies. Let's fucking go. Oh. I think Epic Games needs to update.
100 bits. Daily biddies.
Chat is going too fast. Thanks so much for the daily biddies. I appreciate you. What's up, guys? We're making a visual novel, but it has Dead by Daylight skill checks periodically. Hey, don't tempt me. So chat, for anyone who doesn't know, to give a little bit of an idea of what we're working on right now, we're working on a visual novel style. This is the clone dating sim, as people have called it.
Get a snack.
Oh, thank you so much. I will in just a second. However, as many people may know, there are very good programs designed specifically for this, such as RenPy. And we talked about it, and I was like, you know what would be a great idea? Doing this in Unreal Engine. So we're doing it in Unreal Engine. Thank you so much for the non-biddy. I appreciate you, Virgo. Let's see if it crashes. Ghost Rain's message will not be working on the sprites right now. I'll be working on Neppy's redesign. Why is it crashing when I open it?
Why Unreal Engine, you so silly and dumb?
I don't know why it's just crashing on launch. That's usually a bad thing.
At Diamond the Dino plushie, I was going to say, do whatever you wish with him.
Weird thing to say, but okay. I can try to update, but I don't know why this is happening. Oh my dear God, Virgo. Thank you so much for the way too many biddies. Holy shit. Thank you for the 64 biddies.
Pasquire. Yes, ma'am. I'll see what I can manage.
I like the way chatbot read that. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the 64 biddies, Virgo. Holy shit. Check out which game? This might take a second, chat. Unreal Engine is updating. I'm going to see if that helps with the crashing problem.
Waitress chatbot.
Waitress chatbot. It's okay if we buy the Neppy body pillow just to use it as a punching bag? Asking for multiple friends. Chatbot sounds like how one of Neppy's sisters look. Oh my God, that's fucked up. Oh God, no, wait, I'm not ready
At London
for that.
Blue Eye, Neppy only has one sister, though.
Yomi Hustle? I feel like I've heard of that. Your only move is hustle? I fucking love that. That's beautiful. Oh, okay. Thank you, Virgo. I meant sibling autocorrect. Yummy!
Yomi Hustle is
Thanks,
very
chat.
fun. It just takes a long time to play the game.
What? Orion here with Severance out of the office lighting? Yeah, exactly. I have like a weird... Oh, my hair looks so weird right now. Hair poof. Hair poof. I don't like it. My camera's inverted. It's freaking me out. Mwah. All right, ads are up. For people back from the ads, sorry, someone redeemed shirtless. I'm updating Unreal Engine right now to see if it helps because I'm trying to open the sim and it's crashing every time. I've been streaming with an inverted camera for like 2 years. Yes. Still haven't gotten used to it. Someone, W community art, real. I hate that so much. Why is Meg in the background woofing? Me Hustle is actually free on itch. You just can't play robot, so you could easily try it. I think you should train before stream since it takes like 3 games to get it. Interesting. Interesting. Keeps crashing. Do we vote for something else? We could vote on another thing to work on at the very least. What about Mutant? Oh, interesting. It seems like a lot of people know what Yomi Hustle is, and I, in fact, do not. Dating sim. Angry dating sim. You can also play with people in chat? Oh, fuck yeah. That sounds dope as hell. God, chat, why
Chatbot
are...
Coolery, a cute little shirtless cat boy. Like Macadoodle-Do, and I hate robot.
Why? God damn it. Why is this a thing, chat? Why is this a thing?
What robot is so cool, though?
Or he
Time
played
to
Deltarune
obliterate
after-
a streamer, huh?
What is going on? What is going on, chat? What are you guys doing? We're at about the 20% mark right now for how long it's going to take. So it's probably going to take like 20 minutes, give or take. Certified cowboy man, get 6 shooter. Well, this is tall squid named Indigo. Oh, Indigo is the oldest? I didn't know that.
Yeah, ooh, wah, ooh.
Why did I just
Plan
get
dating stream in meantime?
Why did I just get assaulted by that? What was that voice line, dude? Holy shit. Yeah, we can do some planning. Planning's probably not a bad idea. Okay, let's go over a little recap of what the plan was.
Yeah, Tilda!
41, holy shit.
Why?
Jesus Christ! And how come when it's in all caps, they're just like, what? Oh my god.
Let's not forget Neptune is 30.
Okay, there we go. Stream info has been fixed. So, roughly speaking, well, chat, why the fuck is chat full of ooh, woo, oh, whoa, nah, nah, nah. God damn it. So, okay, I have to get like a little bit of my own memory on this. Cycles, that's right, I remember the cycles. Okay, so 6 time slots whenever there's a break period, and then you can basically take 6 actions, which is very common in a lot of sims like this. Intense situations is basically a cinematic period where you have to start making choices. Why? An example of this that I think that would be a good example that I realized recently was Persona 5. Persona 5 kind of has something like this, where once you enter one of the palaces, then you kind of just have to go through what is like a sequence event, but in between those, you get break events where you just get an amount of time to just go hang out with people however you want. The progression so far is you have the introduction where Frankie explains what's going on. We get a break period with 6 time slots where you can meet whatever clones you want to speak to. We then get a low intensity event. Then we get a break period again. We get a medium intensity event. Then we get break period. High intensity, which is the semi-final. And then it goes straight into a catastrophic event. So you don't get a break period after that. And then you get infinite break time. I see you're shirtless as God intended. Thank you, Chief. Here, idea. DLC for the Pious Cast would be dateable. Let's finish the game first. We gotta finish the game. Okay, so I think the first thing that we need to do realistically is figure out what happens in the introduction with Frankie.
Why do you think I'm playing the intro?
Infinite break time. Bound infinite break time. Yeah. No, I'd scope creep. I'd scope creep the fuck out of it, honestly. It's kind of a bad habit. Feature creep. Feature creep. God damn it. Chatbot should get cat ears with me. Oh, hey, look, it's cat ears. I want to say that London literally just called that. All right, chat. There you go. Are you happy? Are you happy now? Is this what you wanted? Dear fuck. Just got to give the player some backstory as to where they are and why.
Or why Unreal Engine, though?
That was a big conversation. And that is something that I think that we need to talk about. So the reason why we chose to do Unreal Engine is because if you have something like RenPy, right? RenPy is Ren Python, and it's a Python script based visual novel style, basically application based. And it's great for visual novels. However, the reason why I liked Unreal Engine is because it gives so much more power to the amount of things that we can do. Like, we can do some serious tomfuckery with Unreal Engine. It is like really trying to kill a fly with a flamethrower. However, at the end of the day, at least you have a flamethrower. Don't take me wrong, but you seem like one of those final bosses in Mafia games with that lighting, the tattoo, and the smoking.
I will
like,
be
you just look
refilling
like
the
you've had a
company
monologue
cooler
by
soon.
your
It
drug
will be
empire.
full of coffee, and the coffee warmer full of hot, boiling water.
Let me tell you about my plans. Long time ago. Cat ears and everything, huh? Cat ears and everything. Thanks, Mac. I've been told Ray sounds like a Mafia name. That's so weird. So we have a minigame where it's just a first-person shooter? We could if we wanted. I mean, if we really wanted to, yes, we could. And that's what I'm talking about. Like I said, when we make a game, I think it'd be a good idea to have something that kind of like breaks it apart from other, you know, other things. You know what I mean? Date Everything is an example of a game where it has a 3D world and a 2D visual novel style, right? And we could do something like that if we really wanted to.
Meow, 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 meow.
Nice. No, goodbye, Sherps, for 1 minute. Got mimic boxed. So you're the punk who took down my empire. Impressive. But your story ends here. With my cat-like reflexes, my incredibly short stature, I am untouchable by even the most powerful warriors. Time to get Ori done. What the fuck, chat? God damn it. I'm sorry that this is when you appear. I'm shirtless, wearing cat ears, and working on a dating sim. Kill me. This is what my life has turned into, Chad. Hi, Bumblebee, how's it going? I want to meet Ori Dunn. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you for the shirt on, London. Okay. This would be the villain name in the Mafia game with the humor like, wait, you thought you were actual racist? No, that's just our group name. My name is Race. Jesus, did people think... I have to make some calls.
Ori is Ori doing people? Ori do me. The box hit me in the mud.
Box hit me in the mud. Real. Okay, give me a second, chat. We're gonna have to elaborate some stuff. So we're gonna need to give a little bit of personality to Frankie here as we introduce our character to what's going on. If Ori, I swear to God, this sounds like Ori Dunn is gonna become the next
straight
fucking.
in my privilege.
What the fuck? No, I need shirtless Ori. I need it. You guys don't need shit. I feel like I'm scared that Ori Dunn's gonna become the next Yam Job, and I'm not mentally prepared for that. Okay, how feral do we want to give a feral option when we're talking? Do we want to give like a super feral option with people?
It's Frankie Ori, yes.
Oh, okay.
At Zephyr Vike, okay. Okay, wait, not immediately.
Okay. It's gonna be weird saying this out loud. It's also gonna be really hard to document everything that's going on, but I think we can do this. Or does it already exist on YouTube? So, Ice? Is the game gonna have scenes? I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna have like scenes, but like maybe like a little more diluted than that. I actually recently made a visual novel, and I have a better tool for choice mockups if you want it. I would be super down for that. What's that, Mac? Very down. Heckin' down. Moonchi, people are asking if you're gonna draw what scenes. That's what you missed. About 3/4 of the way done.
Just a guess. At Diamond, the Dino plushie, both are valid, though I'm curious on the second option.
Okay. I think this is where, I think this is kind of where we can get started. And then we can probably have something like this, where we can actually get into assembling what's going on. Unfortunately, we have no control here. I have some ideas for that one. Second option, redirect them to the other clones, right? I think all of them will redirect them to the clones. I think this isn't actually like a super branch option. This is just to give you a little bit of tell into Frankie's personality. I think more than anything, realistically. At least that's my head about it. Did Mac... Oh, yeah, okay. Aye, to Discord I go. I think that now we need to figure out, like, what the scene or the area is, right? Like, we need to know what the setting is. Context for vibe and personality, then you make it out style. Not that early, chat. You guys gotta earn that shit. What do you mean? I'm shooting the document because the name is out of my mind. Sorry, it's taking a bit. No, you're totally fine. Probably more than what I got paid for the Utopia Core. So in this original setting, we were in a dungeon. So we have like chains and shackles on this wall, right? So we need to figure out where we're going, where we're being taken, and how we meet everybody. What is the actual setting of this game, chat? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Are we in a city? Are we in a college of some type? Where are we? It's along a coast? Is it? Okay.
Beach day.
Beach day? Oh, I mean, beach day could be a like going far away. Instead of, you know, drawings, we can just get incredibly vivid and oddly specific narration / text. Okay, so we're on a coast. We're on a coast. We know that we're on a coast. Time to open the big guns, chat. You're a spaceship. This just sounds like Angelus. Old thumbnails is funny. Oh, I hate that. Why is it doing that? Oh, I need to reset my primary screen. This is silly. Oh, that was awkward. Oh, that was weird. Oh, my body just took a screenshot and so did my whole ass computer. Give me a second. Why? Stop. There we go. Okay, so we know we're on a coastline. So we have ocean. What is our setting? I realize now that I've messed up. We're on a coast. You found it! What is it? Oh, it's called Twine. That sounds familiar. Blap. Blap. Okay, so we're
DM'd it
talking-
on Discord.
There's ocean in the distance. Mountain. Okay, so apparently there's a mountain. Distant mountain, specifically. This really does just sound like Angeles. Plot holes, you two are cuddling or something, I don't know, just sitting in Wild West style. Wild West style. This is literally just Angeles. Perfect. Coconut husk replacing a tumbleweed. Both
What
are very
about a large
easy
looming planet you can see in the sky?
enough. Medieval style. Okay. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Looming planet is interesting. Okay, okay. We're brainstorming right now. We're brainstorming. Where did that just go? Oh yes, this is
All
probably
of this
something that's
sounds
going to
familiar.
About some symbols around like a potential culture, like building early curiosity. That is a whole question unto itself. I would say is what is okay. So this is Twine. I've never used this before, chat. Interesting. Okay. The subplot here, right? So we have a subplot going on. So there's something going on that's going on outside of what's in the dating sim, right? So like more than just like the romantic connection between you and the characters and stuff like that, or what have you, there should be something else that's actually happening here. So what is the actual
Lore
conundrum
subplot?
that's happening? Lore subplot, yes, exactly. Someone graphed Ori? Some of the questions. Why did Frankie bring the clones together?
Well, what's the main plot other than, you know, maybe some time travel? Love that handwriting.
I fucking love how Chatbot said that. That was amazing. Thank you so much for the handwriting. I'm gonna get kidnapped by the plot. Essentially, yeah, that's the idea. You get kidnapped by the plot, precisely. So why did Frankie bring the clones together in the first place? For anyone who doesn't know, the clones being together all in one place usually symbolizes a very bad thing happening. And I think that would be really interesting is you are the problem. I think that saying that the player is the reason that the clones are together, especially for someone who doesn't know the impact of that, is a very interesting issue to have to fight against, right? It's just like, it builds a little bit of like, what have I done? You know what I mean? I use blueprints, especially for when I'm streaming something, because when I'm streaming, it's a lot easier to tell what's going on interpretively. Wait, don't we play as chatbot though? That was one of the questions. Do we play as chatbot? Self-fulfilled prophecy involving the dating? What if this is an Eve-like situation? So you mean like this is an Ichor-infested being? I did get the helium tank, yes. Speedy bought me a helium tank. You are correct. Let's see if this actually works.
Hi, Chief.
Mwah. Hi, Chief. Ooh, okay, yeah, let's lag for a little bit. That sounds hot. So if we're the problem, what exactly are we? I know that we are supposed to be a vessel of the Omnisoul simultaneously in a dozen different parallel worlds for all the different players. Kablam, kapow, kachow, nya. Okay. I don't know what the hell this level is. But it didn't crash
Rain.
this time. It is giving me some errors.
I think having Frankie's intentions at first seem like he wants to have the clones together because he knows the clones being together is bad, so he wants chaos. But actually he wanted to destroy them. IDK some twist of intentions.
I think that realistically, Frankie, in many instances, knows a lot more about what's going on than people let on, right? And I feel like that makes Frankie a very interesting character in this setting. What is Frankie's actual intentions? You know, I feel like Frankie usually knows more than what the clones know in this specific instance, at least, right? Like subjectively, Frankie has an idea of what's happening in a way that the clones do not. And that's why Frankie brought them together. So Frankie's keeping everybody at arms. Playing a chatbot lets us get a lot of the Watsonian reasoning out of the way, though it probably limits us plot-wise. And that's kind of what I was thinking, right? I think that having an Iker-infested creature...
At Rain is falling what? No. The Omnisoul is us. And unless one of the more chaotic of our people are in control, it's really not a problem.
That's why it's always a problem.
Frankie brings the clones together, and as the plot develops, she is slowly dropping hints that they're here for a reason, and not just for some kind of joke.
Let's see, we had a world, didn't we? We had a level. I'm pretty sure we had a level that we were working on. It might have crashed. Okay.
Nope, mistimed it.
Plays a clone of yourself, like how Ryan is cloned to Race Walters. That has a lot of connotations to it. If for no other reason, that's a lot of clones.
Jump.
I'm not necessarily against it by any means. Okay, there was originally a command before, so I'm kind of curious. I wonder if some of the settings got messed up and it lost what game mode we're supposed to be in. Let me see if I can go to project settings.
Jump.
Yeah, because this was the level. Huh. Oh goodness, what is it? I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't in this. Maybe it was editor preferences? I doubt it. No, it wouldn't be in editor preferences. It would be in...
Ori, aside from Frankie, who do you think would fit as the first interaction?
Aside from Frankie? That's a hard one. Because right now we only have 7 characters, right? So...
Bomb.
I guess it depends. Game/main level?
I think you choose the first interaction with the clones.
I'm gonna actually undo that.
Bomb.
Because I'm afraid that... Okay, so it is BP game mode. Okay, yeah. No, we're good. We're good so far. Let me see if I can go to main level or figure out where that is right now. Because I'm not seeing that anywhere. Content assets? No, where is that level? That's probably why it was crashing. It's because I don't even know where this is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this exists right now. /game? What do you mean? Hold on a second. Let me open up the browser for this. Let me see if I can open this up in where are you? Oop. Can I open this in a localized browser? Where are you? Okay, yeah, this is the scene. Where is this? I don't understand where we are right now. Oh, okay.
New level up.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so, but when I click... Yeah, okay, so this is why the clicking wasn't working before, is because you can actually click on the different instances throughout the room. And this is one of the big reasons that we were doing this. This is a silly little
I'm so
example thing.
confused. This scene is all over the place. Boom, bam, bop, badada, bam, pow, kacha.
I apologize.
Naya, naya, naya.
This is all technical stuff that I'm trying to work through right now. So this was the original idea that I was talking to people about, is the way that we can actually, I believe, if I remember correctly, these guys will move back and forth. Yeah, BP character.
Munchi_Paskia, correct.
Event graph. So if you click on them, it just sends text right now. But before there was an idea, yeah, on the move character event. So if we and what is the axis we need to move on? We would need to move on the x-axis. It looks like about negative. Let's go -10. So now we have it. If we, yeah, they'll interpolate backwards a little bit.
I still don't really like this voice, but at least it's not calling you Moonki.
It's still called the Moonki. Oh, because you actually spelled it that way. So if you click on these characters, then you can actually move them in 3D space.
Battle Pro 520 just cheered 101 bits.
Thanks so much for the 101 biddies, Crow. I appreciate you with the hoy. So in this one specifically, and this is an example of how we could
use
do this.
UI for touch detection unless you're making the character touches specific.
And that's what we were talking about. That was part of the
scares
conversation. That was part of the conversation currently, was whether or not we want to use it in a 3D space like we are in this instance, or if we want to actually have it be something else, I guess, if that makes sense.
Wow, chatbot doesn't want to read your message, Moonchi.
Not a masochist. Thoughts on this, chat? Thoughts on how we would want to go about doing this? Do we want to keep these characters in 3D space? Because we were talking about like a Paper Mario style, where you have like a 2.5D game
Why
setting.
is there a new voice, Zero? Zero.
Yo, what's up, Pips? How's it going? Welcome in. I'm not a masochist. I'm saying the looks. Now, I'm doing exactly what I did with my visual novel
Hi, Sam.
project, using a nuclear bomb to dig a hole. The start feels so powerful. Just wait, or you will have to manually program so many things from visual novel that you never expected. It's really fun though, to be fair, and you will feel pain. No, I've done this before.
And here we can see the local streamer torturing themselves with Unreal Engine for a fucking dating sim because they are a masochist.
I'm not a masochist. I love how it pronounced that though. Fucking masochist. Pips did come in right on ads, actually. That's unfortunate. I think it is British. When I said Paper Mario, I thought it was about Season 3. No, not Season 3. Specifically for this. So all of the assets exist in a 3D space, but they're all 2D assets, if that makes sense. The movement for this and the click and everything was all manually programmed and everything like that. I have so much more experience with Unreal Engine than any other engine.
I am like overheating and my PC is struggling. Oof.
Make the lighting a little bit less moody.
This is going to be third or first person.
Why did it say it like that? This would be first person hypothetically. So this is we're seeing from ourselves, right? So we're facing the classroom right now. This is all temporary art that I just yanked off the internet.
Chatbots say, I am angry. I'm so fucking angry. Ah, Naya, that's it. I'm going to Ori do you.
Oh God, why do you do this, chat? So with this in mind, Moonchi, do we have a
At
current
Rainy's falling,
PNG
I
for
crave
Frankie?
the unalive. It's too hot.
Do we have a PNG for Frankie right now that we could use? Even a temporary one? Nice chat like this. Clear PNG? No. I feel like we have something. I remember asking this question earlier.
We have linear ones, if I remember.
You gave one to Rain. Okay, yeah. Okay, line art works. Line art works. At least it would have to be... it would have to be white
I'm
inside where it's going to be
Ori,
colored.
about what specifically you need from Unreal. Because a lot of this depth stuff can be done in other engines that have a lot of visual novel stuff already made. I know you have thought it through, so it's not a critique, just curious, really.
one of the examples that London gave, and this doesn't mean that it's actually going to be this way, but one of the examples is being able to do something like walking throughout a world. So we could have actual 3D spaces that you can walk around and have characters pop up and things like that. You can do a first-person shooter thing. You can do more mini games. You can have more access. As well, for me personally, it gives me more exposure to Unreal Engine that I really care about because it's something that I need to work on a lot. I'm aware of how overboard it is to use Unreal Engine for something like this, but I like having access to that higher ceiling
easy
of
way to
capability.
switch mechanics, really.
More practice on Unreal as well, yes. Use this for now. I'm down for that. Give me just a second, chat. Let me go like this. Where did I put this, actually? Where is this game? I have another Explorer open. Oh, dang it. Okay, hold on. Let me show an Explorer, figure out where this is actually placed. Oh, goodness. Is it? Okay, it's here. Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I have to get through my stuff. We have
At Sky_Heights, hi Sky.
Oh, hi Sky, how's it going?
Sky trying to hide the fact she got a pre-release Neppy body pillow. Shameful.
Shameful. Where is this? Oh, I'm stupid. Hold on. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop these characters out real quick. We'll delete these for right now. And we will do... We'll open up a character class. Actually, you know what we should probably do is delete that. And
I don't own any body pillows.
What we should probably do is pop that off so that we can take this main character class that has this ability. So we have this move to function. We can add more functions as we see fit, and we'll actually just make character blueprints inheriting from that class. So we can take like this, do that, and then BP Frankie. So we'll make a Frankie. We are able to change this paper sprite, I presume. Yes, we are. Okay. We need to make a new sprite. Let's go assets. Let's go to prototyping for right now. And we have a temp Frankie somewhere here, I believe.
I know it's weird.
Content, we just saved it. We're gonna create a sprite with this. There we go. Okay, we have this Frankie temp sprite. We can do Frankie temp sprite like this, and we will scale that down quite a bit. There we go.
At Sky_Heights, this chatbot likes to make karate noises, like hoo-ha wham bam shangalang nia. It's frankly odd how she says it.
Yeah, it's definitely chatbot's fault, 100%. So now if we put this blueprint Frankie right here, hypothetically, it should do nothing at the moment, except for... Nope, it doesn't even move back right now, because we didn't ask it to. Let's put this more in...
Interesting.
More up close, more down a little bit, I think. Something like that. No, not like that. Down more. There we go. I think we could actually make Frankie quite a bit bigger in this, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's go back to the 0.1. And then we can move her back.
Chatbot also like calling Ori a good little cat boy.
No. Okay, so now we can have a... When we start...
What is this for, if I might inquire?
on event begin play, we're making a clone dating
Ori,
sim.
good
This is
little
a
cat boy.
whole heckin' nightmare unto itself. So when we start
Ooh,
playing, we
I
should
see
be able
Frankie
to move
seeing the world through
character.
her pink-colored tinted glasses.
Let's move her on the Y, the positive Y. We'll start here, right here. And 1, 2, we're just gonna try to test things. Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one, actually. Hold on a second.
Hey, Ori.
Hello. Just saw. They then bunk. Let's try to move 100 on the Y on begin play. Let's see if that works. Okay, not quite. Maybe let's try 200. So we can have this kind of slide on animation. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. Now, if we go into character, what do we have? We have the option for action sequence and dialogue sequence. Where is that actually? Where's this placed? Is this a function? Where do we place this? This is in... Oh, this is in the HUD. Okay, yeah. So it still knows how to do that, though. And if we refer back to what our initial dialogue is...
It's my new obsession. I need this game.
Oh, such a little thing. Are you scared? Yes.
At Rain Ice Falling. Oh, no.
Dialogue sequence. Oh, it doesn't inherit this. It doesn't inherit this. Okay. How does this manage to do it? Oh, because it gets a HUD ref. Okay, I understand. Let's make a custom event for this then. Custom event. Action sequence. And we'll have this go into here. And we will add a variable for this, so that we can add the action text, and we'll make this a text. Perfect. And we'll have another sequence that is a dialogue sequence. And we'll need another variable for this, another text variable, because we'll need speaker name and a dialogue text.
At Piplet _ Sam Peak. Amazing.
So we can pop both of those in there like that. Beautiful.
At
Okay.
Piplet _ Sam Polly based.
So if we do that, so then we should be able to do dialogue sequence. Beautiful. We'll have Frankie, or actually, normally we start with question marks.
Lola.
So then we can take this right here and just post that right there. Ooh, it didn't seem to like that. Interesting. Oh, okay, no, I got an error. Access none, trying to read real property. Oh, it couldn't get the HUD reference.
At Sky _
Okay, so-
Heights. Shh.
Okay. So then chances are what we're going to need is to actually take in a HUD reference. So we're going to actually need to take an actor. HUD. Yeah, we're going to actually need something like that. And we're going to need to add the same thing to one of these. And we'll go like this. Oh? Are these not the same thing? Oh, my bad. Wrong. Print HUD. This is what we needed. And for this is also what we needed. So basically what it's doing is it's taking reference from the actual character HUD, our heads up display, which is where the actual text comes from. So now this is going to request for that. We will, let me drop these back. Let me go like that and like this. So that way we just get a player controller reference. We'll keep that up top. Because we're going to need this all the time, and we can just pop that in there, and that should remove that error we were talking about that. Well, didn't look like it like that. It's not trying to read real property HUD reference in not new class. Really?
At Sky _ Heights polls channel.
Need that. So why are we messing this up? What's getting messed up about this? I'm curious. So we get the player controller reference, right?
At Rain Ice Falling, that is what I thought. Rain, would I make a good Ari voice?
Let's do a temporary little... This is going to be a little testing thing to see if it's even valid.
At Sky_Heights, not Rain here, but yes, I could see it.
So is the HUD reference valid? It says not wow. Okay, so it does not think that the HUD reference is valid right now. So basically what's happening here, chat, and what we're kind of... I did like a shirt earlier. That is correct. One of the things that's happening is we're going into a begin play. We're moving the character on, and then it's not realizing... Oh, you know what? Maybe we could do it on click. Or we could give it a little bit of a wait timer, potentially. So it's checking to see if our HUD, which is basically the text overlay that we use, right? This text overlay...
At Rain Is Falling, dude, that sounds like your attraction talking / a lot.
It's checking to see
Yeah,
if...
we got shirt off redeem. We also got to do some ORI milking time, which was a lot of fun.
Let's do a button press instead. So let's do on C. We'll just press C. I don't know. I just picked one. And we'll start this process here and see if it's valid then. It's not even recognizing it. Why is it not recognizing the C press?
At Sky_Heights, your attraction should always be talking, and I agree with Rain.
Why are we not recognizing keyboard inputs? It's messy as shit. Actor on click. Let's see if we can do an on click function. Okay, it's valid now. Okay, it's because this was initializing beforehand, which is bad. It was initializing before the HUD was, so
shirt on is good. We must keep shirt on.
It couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be initializing because it recognized it beforehand. Okay, that makes sense. So basically what happened
At
is...
_Sam, because silly.
On event begin play, this would try to update the HUD, which is the text box that we use. And the HUD didn't exist yet because the blueprint was coming up first. So now with this in mind, we should be able to blap. Do that. We can do target self, that's fine, and we have all of that information in already. There we go. Now we have the actual text appearing on screen. Got it. We can also change this background real quick. Let's just find a dungeon environment. Because this was the background that we were talking about using. This is obviously temporary, but... Stop. All of these are very, very low quality, but actually that's kind of fine. Not low quality, they're small sizes. Let's just grab one of these guys. Okay, we'll save this. Okay, there we go.
I got told I should do voice acting, oddly enough. Almost did it too for an adult cartoon Vedal Omega.
Love that. Let's import everything. If we go to prototyping, we're going to need to make a sprite for this background. Beautiful. Wonderful. We go to the blueprint background, and we can change this
The person I was dating
sprite.
at the time said if I voice acted
we need to make
in
material.
it, I'd be cheating.
That's... No. I disagree personally. Yeah, we'll just make a material out of that. I don't think we have to do anything special with it. We go to the background, and then we can change the material
Ori,
to...
an important thing for these games is very early on also figuring out how to store your text for the text boxes. So if you haven't yet, I can recommend doing that as the next thing.
That's
so
kind
it
of what I was
doesn't end
thinking.
up being spaghetti referencing, speaking from experience.
Yep. Nope.
That rain is falling rain. No, don't say that.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Let's change this background to be a little bit on the darker end, because it's already low opacity and it's making the text hard to read.
I would love to voice a character, though, for a dating sim. I know there would be a point. It'd be uncomfy, but it'd be so worth it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's a lot more legible in my opinion.
At Piplet_Sam, well, that sounds extremely possessive and manipulative. I mean, for this...
I think what we need to do is set the HUD visible/invisible. So we need to be able to do that. Let's go... All we're setting up right now, is...
Veng generally sounds fun.
Setting up a series of inputs so that we can
Heights.
control them later. We're gonna need a HUD reference in this as well.
Chatbot read my thing.
So let's get the HUD reference. And we will toggle it.
At Makadoodledolol, I know, it's why I dumped him.
Why does that come out like
Actually,
this?
how long will this actually take? I'm down to commit to getting my femme voice down pat and doing Ari. Heck it.
This is kind of a gross way to do this, and this isn't the best way to do, but we'll... oh well. Set visibility. Let's organize a little bit. And if it is visible, we'll set it to hidden. And otherwise, if false, we will set it to visible. And we will... oh, whoops, my bad. And then we will set the HUD itself to be... hidden. I think that should work. And now when we do the initialization...
I got a feeling for reasons Ori would voice Orion.
Reasons.
At Makadoodledo. Ooh, cool.
Toggle text box. We'll toggle the text box first. And then we'll go through all of this stuff, through the whole dialogue sequence, because we want it to become visible after
At Makadoodledo, noting that...
it did not toggle the visibility. This is cry. Oh, interesting. Okay. Just none trying to read real property. Let's... maybe we could just grab the horizontal box instead. Is this a variable currently? It is not. Is the canvas panel a variable? No. Let's take this. Let's make that a variable. Let's make it hidden to begin with, because that'll hide the entire text box. And we'll target that instead, I think.
VA stage will be, a while from now, if I can tell. Oridin Diamond.
And we'll also want to target that here as well, so let's go ahead and do that. There. Okay. Let's see if that works instead. Did not set it to visible. It doesn't like it. Why are we not... set visibility. Access none trying to read property. Why are we doing that? Am I feeding it the wrong thing? It's getting a HUD
I'm going to
reference.
apply to voice the accessibility alt text for background images and characters' descriptions.
I understand. I just didn't feed it the actual reference like a dummy.
Ulrix.
Nope, that wasn't it either. Oh, it just didn't do it. Okay. So it wasn't an error. It wasn't that it couldn't find it. It was just that it didn't.
I think I broke a knuckle.
Broke
At
a
Piplet _
knuckle?
Sammed, good to know.
That's not good.
At Sky _ Heights, it's an honorable gig.
So we have main box. It starts out as hidden. In the characters, it knows to take the main box. If the main box is visible, make it hidden. If it is
Diamond
not
the
visible,
plushie, real LOL.
set it to visible. What kind of...
At Rixet 404 for sure.
Ah, maybe we can do this, actually. This is probably better.
Please no. At Rixet 404 gnome. Okay, thank you, I was concerned.
Can we split this pin? No, we can't split this pin. Oh, I need to know the exact enumerator. I think that 0 is visible. So if it is visible, we'll set it to hidden. And if it's not visible, then we will set it to visible. I think the enumerator for visible is 0. We're going to find out. Doesn't look like it. Chat, I'm crying. This should not be this hard. Box is visible. I am reinventing the wheel. Yeah, no, 100%. This is actually realistically a pretty encumbering way. The only problem is that it's not a true or false statement, it's an enumerator. And enumerators are a little bit wonkier, to say the least. Can I actually get this enumerator? No, I don't want to do that. Actually, you know what might be even way easier is just doing it in... Let's just do it in the HUD itself. I feel like this makes a lot more sense. Because then we can just get this main box.
At Sky _ Heights indeed.
It is visible. Make it hidden. It is hidden. Make it visible. That way, instead, when we do this, we can just call that function.
Okay, really, chatbot, why won't you say Ori is a masochist?
Thank God. Is it coming out not valid again? No, it's coming out valid. It's going through the whole process. So it gets to this point right
Ori
here.
is like the best masochist there is, like everyone's heroic
not a masochist.
I love chatbot.
Thank you for the lurking, London.
I waited in my buddy's stream till exactly 6:30 so I could say his late XDD.
I love that so much.
At Piplet _ Sam Amazing.
Let's go into here for a second. It knows that it's not visible. It's just not making it visible. Okay, cool. So why is it not setting it to visible? Oh. Chat, I think I'm stupid. No? Okay, now it thinks it's visible when it's not. So it's actually toggling between them, but it's not actually making it visible again. Now it's just not even popping up. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh, boopy, boopy, boopy. I see what happened. Oh no, chat, this is gonna be really bad. This is gonna be really stupid.
This chatbot always seems to just take a random tone to say everything in.
There it is. Chat, I figured it out. I'm stupid. Okay. The problem is that when I was first testing this, I made the entire thing invisible. Okay, well, kill me, I guess. It's always something stupid. Being relatable as fuck with it. It's fine. Okay. What needs to happen, I'd imagine, is making a bank of dialogues, right? So we need to figure out what process we're on, what portion of the game that we're on, and basically what exactly the character's going to say.
I'm calling you about your device's extended warranty.
Oh no.
The mistakes are never something big. It's always a small, dumb detail.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have this introduction phase, and we can probably...
At Sky_Heights, you can make her angry. Sky, you main character, you just can't comprehend the situation you're fucking in. Chatbot is mad at you. What have you done?
Let's see if we can take that. And just blap. And then I imagine, so...
Chatbot is agenda, y'all.
Then we can bold that.
At Moonchi_Pasquier, what? D. At Diamond the Diner plushie, I was stretching and almost pulled a muscle on my shoulder.
Oh goodness, don't do that. Okay, so then we have these dialogue options. Now we should either
at Moonchi_Pasquier, careful OMG, glad you're okay though, 3.
Untitled passage like this, and then we can start connecting them. And we should be able to rename this 1, right? Okay.
At Rain is Falling, get Ori to deliver it.
Then we can make another new one called this. And then we can make another new one called this. Okay, so now we have this lineup. Can we connect these? How do we make a connection here? Oh, there's a hyperlink. Oh, I know where I'm remembering this now. So how do we hyperlink this? No. It was a good attempt. I think we need to actually add... Maybe I should make easier renames for this. So if I go to this... What just happened? Excuse me? Okay, that's how that goes. I understand. Okay. And then if I take this, we can rename, copy that. And then we can go... Oh, I see they're already named that way. I'm silly. Okay. Okay, so now, assumingly, if we go to actually play this, then there will be hyperlinks that take us to what's happening. Is there a way to actually, yeah, build, I presume? Test. Okay, so yeah, I did the thing. I know what this is. Okay. So we're inside the dungeon of some sort, chains and shackles on the background wall. Frankie enters on the right side. Frankie, oh, you're such a little thing. Yes. We get rep. No. Oh, what a shame. Frankie, what's your name, hun? Players enter their name. Oh, interesting. We can't click on them right now. Is that because we haven't actually filled them out in any way yet? Actually, we have enough text to deal with this. Okay. Okay. Still cannot click on them currently. Why is it that we can't click on them? Oh, does this hold on to variables? I didn't know that, actually. So, what's causing this variable dilemma? Is it possibly that we have these double brackets? Let's rename these to be... Because I think we just have a... So it created 3 more? Why? Okay. Now let's rename these real quick. There we go. Okay, yep, it was the bracket. It was the bracket. There we go. There we go. Okay, that answers some of the question. That's so funny. Okay. Okay. So now we can actually go somewhere with this. So I think that we should probably have a naming convention. And my idea for what naming convention could look like, hypothetically, is a different tab. So if we were to skip all this for right now. For each different piece of dialogue, it should be stated in such syntax. So we have a... Since we have a progression, we could probably start there. So we have part, probably a period, character initial, dot, and then probably have a sequence tag, and I'll explain what that is in a second, followed by a choice tag. So part should equal 0 through 7. 0 through 8. Based on what part of the story is required for this dialogue. Additionally, it may be X in the case that it's independent of a specific story part. Character initials include F for Frankie, O, let's go in color order, T for Tori. I think you should do full character name instead of initial just to ensure there won't be any clashes later. That's fair. Frankie, Tori, Oribot, Oliver, Okifon. Let's actually do nicknames. Let's do nicknames. This is going to be a nightmare to type out as time goes on if we don't use nicknames. Orion, Ari. And those nicknames are quite consistent. Sequence tags can be any number of characters. For instance, the first dialogue should be 0. A dialogue following that would be titled 00, which means we actually can remove this choice tag. When a player makes a choice, the dialogues to follow No, we do need a choice tag. No, we don't. Follow with a number corresponding to what choice was given. For instance, if there is a choice given at sequence 00, the next sequences would be 000, 001, and 002. Examples. Frankie speaks. Dialogue would be iterated as the introduction. So it'd be 0.frankie.0. Frankie speaks again. 0.frankie.00. These are going to get very long very quickly. Frankie gives the player 2 choices in the next dialogue. This dialogue is called 0.frankie.000. The next dialogues are broken into 0.frankie.0000, and yeah, no, this is going to get out of hand so fast. 001. That's going to get ridiculous. So let's go back to doing the choice tag. Because instead, what should happen, I think, so basically what's happening is we need a way to recognize what a dialogue is by looking at it and how to frame it and basically how to nest the files together. In this case, if you do a dialogue, you know, like, if you're like 25 dialogues deep, then it's just 25 zeros, which is not going to work. Sure. would be 1. Okay, so let's do it like this instead. Empty choice we'll follow with a choice tag. On the sequence. Choice tags should be used to iterate a choice with a changing outcome. They use the following rules. When choice is made, we'll break the choice tags into 0, 1, 2, so on, consecutively. Example. Frankie speaks in the introduction. The first dialogue is titled. It would be 0.Frankie.0.0. Frankie speaks again, titled 0.Frankie.1.0. Frankie speaks, offering 2 potential choices. These are respectively titled 0.Frankie.2. The initial dialogue is titled 0.Frankie.2.0, while each choice option leads to a dialogue respectively titled 0.Frankie.2.1 and 0.Frankie.2.2. So what happens when a choice reconglomerates? So for example, if these were to come back into a single point, right? Then you've kind of removed the choice sequence. Any number of choice tags may be added in the case there are nested branches. In the case that a choice reconglomerates, or otherwise leads back to the same situation, a choice tag may be removed. In 0.Frankie.2.1, nope, it breaks down. It breaks down if there's nested choices. Because then when this continues, it'll be... we need to use a separate nomenclature. I love how chatbot is quiet when Rain is being bullied. Contribute to the Rain bullying nexus. I'm unaware if there's a line, and there's such will refrain from engaging. This is going to be really difficult. Yeah, does this make sense what's going on? I don't know if this makes any sense what's going on. Undo. Undo everything. Let's start using dashes at that point. I don't know. I need to know what a file can be named. So let's make a new file real quick and make sure that we can actually name it like this. 0.Frankie dot 0 dash 0.1 dash 0.0. Okay, we can name it like that. Okay, so we'll do dash sequence tag. A sequence, a single number will increase over time until a choice is made. The first sequence tag is 0, followed by 1, continuing until 9. Afterwards, state it alphabetically from A to Z, then continuing into AA, AB, etc. A decimal is placed after a choice must be made. Once a choice is made, it's followed by another sequence tag. For instance, if we're at a dialogue with sequence 3 and a choice must be made, (3.0) specifically, because no choices are being made. The following choices will be given the tag 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, etc. After that point, another sequence tag will be added at 0.0, dictated by a hyphen. Okay. It's titled 0.Frankie.-0.0. Frankie speaks again with no potential replies. 0.Frankie-1.0. Frankie speaks again, now with 2 potential options. This dialogue is called 0.Frankie-2.0. Choice 1 issues another dialogue titled 0.Frankie.2.1. Choice 2 issues another dialogue titled 0.Frankie, I spelled Frankie's name, .2.2. They continue with another dialogue, now titled 0.Frankie.2.1-0.0. Continue with another dialogue, now titled 0.Frankie.2.1-2.2-0.0. Okay. I think this is making sense now. I think this works. It's gonna get convoluted, but it works. Next 4 dialogues continue, leading up to 0.Frankie.2.1-4.0. Player is immediately given another choice of 3 options. This dialogue is now 0.Frankie.2.2-1.0. Omit responses. Frankie.2.2-1.1 and 0.frankie dot dash 2.2 dash 1.2. I'm already messing it up. It's not good. There we go. Do the same ending, leading us back to 0.to dialogue Frankie. Oh, sorry, 0.frankie dot. We were at 2.0, so we're just back at Frankie 3.0. What's up? Oh no, you've been spotted. How could you? Oh. Immediately with the shirt on. Crazy. Pretty sure we could cross range lines without breaking TOS. At least I could. Not sure Dino could. What the fuck? Okay, so we have a nomenclature for it. It's very rudimentary and very encumbering, but it works. You're being bullied. Speaking of that, I'll be right back. What's up? We did figure out a naming convention. It's a little awkward, but it technically works, I think. And one thing that we can do is we can actually create an Unreal database. Databases are really nice. They're read-only format, but they're better at organizing information. Yo, Speedy, thank you for the 9-month sub. Let's fucking go, dude.
Speedy Spider just subscribed for 9 months.
Nice, dude. Holy fuck. Dude, tier 3 no less. What the hell? Dude, thank you so much. Holy shit. Why is chatbot so quiet? I'm curious, actually. Is that just random chance? Where is chatbot? Hello? Chatbot? Oh, it's chat. Oh, I think it broke. Hold on a second, chat. Ay, ay, ay. Whap. You love it though, it makes you feel small and out of control. That's terrifying. Go like that, and then make sure that it's connected the way it's supposed to. Make sure that's, whoops, do that thing. Yep, like that. Make sure that it is connected. That's weird. Did I miss anything? Nothing yet. Okay, got that. Okay. I don't think it needs to be attached to anything else. Is there a plan for if Utopia wins second half could possibly host a Westmarch session? I wouldn't be mad about it. It'd be that or chat plays. Okay, cool. That should be correct. Here, chat, say some stuff. I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to make it very common real quick. Chat, scream very loud. Making fingers moving using gears is complicated and difficult, especially when you're trying to make them finger-sized. I hate that, and that's so real. Got entire thing planned? It moved, but it didn't speak. Oh, is it not connected to heckin' SpeakerBot right now? Should be. Oh, wrong one. What? It's trying to open up on a window that doesn't exist currently. That's wonderful. Okay, hold on. Let me reopen it.
Add diamond in a plushie or red ice.
There it is. Found it. Where did that just open? What? Hello? Okay, cool, I guess. Okay, got that. Got that. And got that. Cool. That should be everything, I think.
Rain, you've seen what limits I'm willing to go to in stream. I will say things that are edging not just you, but TOS and every other moderator in here. Good to see you awake.
Good to see you awake.
Elmau, why that message?
Elmau, why that message? Why that one? Why that one? Chat, there's gonna be an ad in about 10 seconds. Okay, so for TLDR about what we're working on right now and kind of where we're at, what the nomenclature is, quote unquote, for keeping track of dialogues and stuff like that. So we have this chapter, followed by character name, followed by sequence tag, followed by optional sequence tag. So you have some number of sequence tags, and basically whenever a choice is made, you break into another sequence tag. If you come back and they reconvene into the same sequence, then you remove the last sequence tag. So let me actually go into here and give names to each of these. So we'll actually name this. This would be 0.frankie.0.0. So this is the first thing that they say. They actually do get a choice. So this is a choice, however, it doesn't actually matter. I mean, it technically does. So this would be 0.frankie-1.1. And this would be 1.2. However, they're just going to reconvene back together and they're going to go Frankie-2.0. This would be 0.frankie-3.0. And then this will be, this is all a part of the same choice. So then we go to here, and this would become 0.frankie.3.0 3.1. Apologies. And everyone following this would become a new sequence tag. So if we were to go here, the next sequence tag is going to be 0.frankie-3.1-0.0. If Frankie were to speak again, hypothetically. And this is how sequences are broke up.
At rain ice falling, I hear drinking a lot of milk can improve your height. But I suppose that's a lie, seeing how you slobber all over cereal, and you still aren't even shoulder height.
Jesus fuck! That was a toughie. Goddamn. We also need a option for actions.
Must be the cereal. At Rixit 404, damn, that was a good one, I'll give it to you.
Yeah. You got this, Rain, fight back! X will be an action
Chatbot
sequence.
read that like a champ.
Or probably none. X is fine. So what would actually happen here is nothing. Okay, so we have the sequence where you hear an ominous number of footsteps beginning to approach rather rapidly. We can have a sequence here that says probably do an X here as well, and we'll say
I want to see you try Rain NGL. Hi again, Zephyr. Hi.
okay, that's an example of that. And then we can do an X right here. Okay. So these are all examples of this, and I think what we need to do now is that, so we have, let's test this out real quick. So if we were to play this, so we're inside a dungeon of some sort, chains and shackles on the background wall, and if we look at the actual game, this is
help Rain Nats.
This is the temporary background that we have right now, right? So obviously we'll change that in the future. But we have the sequence. She enters on the right side. Oh, such a little thing. Are you scared? Now we get a choice. We can either say yes or no, in which case we will get a slight amount of rep from 3 of the clones, but that'll be silently done. What's your name, hun? You enter your name. Say your name. Oh, cute. All right. Well, it's time to get going. Come on. We have lots to do. Now we have 3 choices, and it's giving us sequence titles every single time. So what even's going on? 3.1.
Wait, IDK Rick's well enough to be effective without being mean.
Frankie says you're precious. Shut up and stop asking questions. They're almost here. And then you get an action sequence that says you hear an ominous number of footsteps begin to approach rather rapidly. Cool. So we go to sequence 2. The choice number 2 is who are you and can we go out some time? She says this is sequence 0.Frankie-3.2. Not with that attitude we can't. You'll have to try a little bit harder than that. Now be good and shut up. She smirks at you for a moment, putting a gentle finger to the bottom of your chin, politely forcing you to look up at her, only to use the palm of her hand to push your head back down. Cool. Then we have this final sequence, which is 3.3. Oh, you listen so well, little heart emoji. And then action sequence that says she lightly pats you on the head, staring gentle daggers at you. Oh, fuck me. Thank you. Was that chatbot? Did chatbot just... There we go.
Did chatbot just what?
Did you hear that sound? Because I sure as fuck did. Okay, let me go to prototyping real quick because we should have another. This.
I'll get at Diamond the Diner plushie to help, so it's 3 on 2 instead of 3 on 1. Because even I can't handle more than 2 people at once.
Yeah. Okay. What the fuck are you guys making chatbot say? Jesus Christ. So now we have this temporary PNG of Frankie. I think that we could probably close Frankie in a little bit.
At 404 week.
And probably have them... Oh, okay, yeah. But we're also going to probably want to move them in quite a bit closer.
I am chatbot holder of the UBU.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was slick as fuck, actually. That was super slick. Okay, I'm very content with that. I'm realizing though that we might want a sequence understanding for. No, I think that's fine. Actually, I think that's fine. We'll see if that's something that we need to deal with. Let's add a new folder and go to sequences. And what we'll make is a data table. Where are you?
Yeah.
Data table. There it is. No. Wrong. There's a basis that we need to make for that. We have to make a data structure, I want to say.
At Rain is Falling, good. At least, good attempt. But honestly, my life is very interesting, and participating in this mini roast battle is quite fun.
Roast structure.
Just choked on my water as Chatbot tried to read out my laugh. Why did it only work for me? LOL. It only does it sometimes.
Sequences. There it is. Okay. And we'll do chapter.
That scared me.
And an integer.
At Rixit 404. I don't know how to do this. Let's see if Chatbot can read a supervillain laugh. Mwahaha!
Mwahaha! Then we have a character. And this one will be a string. We'll add a variable that is the sequence.
At Rain is Falling. Come on, dude. You're supposed to be the smart one.
Sequence tags, and we'll keep it. We'll keep it at just. We'll just keep this at a string because we're probably gonna need that. And let's do a text variable actually. That is the character name, and then this is an optional. Whoa! And then dialogue, which will also be a text. Perfect. And now we can use that to make a data table.
Whoa.
Sequences. Beautiful. So now what we can do is we can make a ton of new little duders.
At Rain is Falling, the implication, it takes social competence to lovingly insult someone.
We can call them these row names by basically the sequence title. So character, for instance, I'm gonna have the document up on a different screen real quick while I do this. But looking at
XD.
I can't XD. So if we go to the dialogue, what is actually happening on chapter 0? This is the introduction. We have the character, which is Frankie, and the sequence tag for the first part is. Oh, I actually need Twine open, don't I? Even better, actually. Let's test this real quick, and I'll use that.
At the Forager 56, they can't all be winners.
0.0.
At Rixit 404, it does.
And the row name for this will be 0.frankie-0.0. Perfect. Then we can add one called 0.frankie.
See, I'm socially incompetent, and I've said at least half a good insult, and that counts for something.
And Frankie, and we have the sequence tag, which is 1.1, and then we have the character name, which is Frankie in this case, or I guess in this specific instance, it would be question marks because we don't actually know what their name is yet. Good. Cool. Then we add another sequence, which is 0.frankie-1.2.
At Diamond the Diner plushie, asterisk sigh, asterisk fine, I will, for now, asterisk grins, asterisk.
Oh, what a shame. Add another sequence, which is 0.frankie-0. Character would be Frankie. Sequence tag is 2.0. We'll call him Frankie. Call me Frankie. What's your name, hun?
At Rixit404, I mean, if people are being dumbasses, then sure. But so far, I have not seen you do anything dumbassy enough.
Dumbassy enough. Frankie, and this is Secret Task 3.0. Character name would be Frankie.
At Rain
this
Ice
time.
Falling, look harder.
And then dialogue is... Perfect.
The dump
So-
truck is not dumb enough. You don't really need to look that hard.
And then we'll have those choice options, which will lead us into different instances. So up to this point, there's a couple of things that we have to do.
I would take a shot at Rix, but I don't have enough purple to lash at him with.
So what we'll likely want to do is actually, we're going to promote this to a variable, I think. Because we're going to need this a lot. Piper's sitting on my bed. She's not supposed to do that. Silly goober. Okay, like that. And now, instead of going for this, what we're going to do is we're going to pull from a data table.
At the Forager 56 we did.
Now, what I think we're going to do is probably pull a for each loop. Make another data table. There's probably an elegant solution to this that I'm missing here that might be better for this, because we don't want to just pull.
If I was an
every
executive
single...
ID, knock the heck out of you.
Yeah, I don't want to get an integer out of that. Okay, so we can actually choose a specific one. Good. So first thing we'll do is we're going to split this pin structure. And we're going to take in row found. We'll take the speaker name. And we'll do that. Oh, you know what? We need to keep track of what... Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. We need to break this up by hyphens. And then break that up by... I'm not being way smarter. I'm being silly. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, because we need this to regularly be able to figure out what sequence we need to be on. So hypothetically, every single time you click on her... Oh, this is actually really interesting. If we find a way to do this, it's actually really good. Okay. Let's heck that. Get data table. Row names. And what we're going to do is we're going to do current. What I think we might do is we're going to make this an array, which is really terrifying, to say the least, but we're going to do that. And it's going to start out with just 0. So we're on sequence 0, right? So we're going to get the current sequence. And we're going to take this. We're gonna do a for each loop real quick. You know what we really need to do is we need to just turn this into an array that we can access. Promote to variable. We'll convert that to sequence data. So we're going to get this, we're going to turn it into a variable. This is just a list of names, and we're going to need to split up these names because they're written. So we have a... So they're going to be written in a format like it'll be like 0.Frankie dash let's say 3.0, right? So what we need to do is we need to break this up into two separate strings so that we can realize where we're going, because we need this 3 right here. This is what we're looking at. This is where we are in the current sequence. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this up into 0.Frankie. And we're going to turn it into 0.3. Okay. So what this 0 represents here is actually what choice we're on, and we're not worried about that immediately. So instead, we're just going to break this further up into 3 and 0. We can convert that 3 into an integer, and we can go, okay, this is the sequence we're on. When we're click, we're going to plus this, or add 1 to it, and we're going to increase the sequence, figure out what the next dialogue is from there. If it's a choice dialogue, maybe there's a name that we can name the sequence so that we know regardless of what happens. Yep. The other problem with this is that it could be a dash 3.0 dash 0.1, right? So what's going to happen in that case is it's going to break it down. Essentially what we're doing is we're making a procedural system rather than a hard-coded sequence, which is terrifying, but possible, I think. So what we need to do is we need to... Oh, this is going to be a for each, isn't it? No. Yes. Fuck. Oh, this melts my brain. Okay, hold on. This is going to be really difficult. Ambitious to say the least. Yeah, tell me about it. What I think we need to do is actually make it so that... Oh, we actually know. We can know if it's a choice or not because it doesn't end in a 0. If it doesn't end in a 0, it means that you're making a choice on the spot. Okay, so that's the first thing that we can check. How exactly we're going to do this is I don't want to have to for each loop every single time you click on this. Otherwise, that's going to be a fucking nightmare. Yeah, pretty much navigate a dialogue graph. And the way that what we're doing essentially is building a modular system so that when we create these little dialogue structures with this specific sequence text that we have, then the game will know automatically what to do. It has a couple of interesting things that you can do when you have a procedural this way. So for instance, we could have 2 separate dialogues going on at either time. And when you click on one, it can modify it can independently modify itself without modifying the other. So you can start one conversation, pause it, start another conversation, and they can go separately from each other. I don't know if that's helpful, but it's at least an ability that we'll have. So what we need to do is figure out what our current sequence is, because we can't actually trust the index of an array, which is unfortunate. We can't check for the index. So what we need to do is we do need to for each loop this, which really sucks. But we're going to take this array element. We need a for each with an array, because we don't want to go through everything every time. And we're going to split. What is it called? Substring? No, how do you split a string? Oh, it's text. It's not text. We go split. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare, chat. This is such a way to do this. Okay, what we're gonna split it up is by the hyphen. And what we're gonna want is we're gonna do it from the end because we want to go back. No, first we need to figure out. First we need to figure out what chapter we're in. And this does not need to be an array. This just needs to be a single integer. Return in 0. Okay. So first we're going to start from the left. Check if that equals. Why is that the wrong equals? Because it's equals, my bad. We're gonna check to see if this checks our current chapter. We're gonna turn this integer into a string and see if it checks out. Cool. If that's the case, then awesome. Then we're gonna if this. There's so many better ways to do this, I'm sure. Assuming that's true, then we're going to do that sequence break again. Just a little bit. We're going to do another split of the same string. Oh, we need to do this for a decimal because all we're checking is the first chapter. Okay. Now we're going to split it again from a hyphen. It's down a little bit. We're going to break that same string, which is this one. Okay. And we're going to go on the right side. And then we're going to take that, and we're going to split it again by a decimal. And then we want the left side of that. Now, this is what we're trying to check to see if it is our current sequence. What we want is the last... Get a reference to this, and we want the... We're going to need to take the length of this. And I think we subtract 1 from that. So if there's 3 items in an array, we need index 2, which means the length is 3, so yeah, we do subtract 1. Minus 1. This will get us the last thing in the array. So we're going to get that. Why is this diamond? Integer by reference, that's fine. So we need to check if the left side equals this. If that is the case, we get our final if statement. What we're going to do is break this loop. This is going to be such a nightmare. We're going to break the loop. Oh, that is disgusting. Okay, cool. And then on completion, that's when we actually do all of this stuff. So we're going to get this dialogue sequence right here. However, it's not that common. It's not that simple. Of course it's not. Because now we know what the current row name is. You know what we could do? Is we could literally just set... Yeah, we'll just actually take this array element. And we'll set it. It's kind of awkward, but it works.
Yeah, bet.
We'll promote this to an integer because we're getting sequence data. Yeah, we're pulling from our row names and everything like that. Actually, how do we get the row? Let's get data table. We're doing it from sequence, and then we do need a row name. Okay. So first, we're going to promote this to a variable. And then continuing on from there. So we're resetting this variable every time. Current data row. Okay, so we'll take the current data row, and we'll just grab that, pop it in here, and then we'll just get the information from whatever the row was that was quote-unquote successful in this case. We'll split this pin struct, and we'll use the information we get from there. Which is that, and which is that. No, oh, Jesus. Fuck, we need to check if it's an action. Because if it's an action, not a dialogue. Oh, Christ almighty. Okay. So in that case, we can actually do that down here, I think. Yeah, we can do that from here. First thing we do, all this out of the way, is we get the first thing after the decimal. String. Nope. Do string. Yep. Split. Let's move this all down for a second so we can actually make sense of it. I say, lying. Move all this down a little bit too. Okay, it's way out of the way. Okay, so on the right side of the string, it's X. So we need this. We need to know if it's X, because if it's X, that means it's an action, not a dialogue. That's an important thing to take into consideration. Oh, no, we need to split it again. Because this will have... We need to... Whoops. So to the left of the hyphen is what we're actually checking. So we remove the first dot, take everything to the right, remove the first hyphen, take everything to the left. Yes, that is correct. Take everything to the left. If that equals X, then we know if we want a dialogue or if we want an action. And this will be the lower end, specifically. Look like this. So if it is true, then we will get an action sequence. In which case, we only need the out dialogue, and we will use the same HUD reference. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna get a new HUD reference at this point, because this is getting disgusting. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so this needs to come down to here. That is ridiculous. And we also need this row name in this upper side as well, so that they both know where they're getting that from. I have no idea if this worked. That was a lot of spaghetti, kind of spaghetti-esque code. What's up, Jelly Bean? Thanks so much for the lurk. I really appreciate you. Not yet. Okay, hold on. We actually on-clicked, checking data table sequence. It did get the first one, which is actually really interesting. Were they named correctly? So no, it knew to go to 0 to... Oh, it's because I didn't actually increase the sequence at all. What we'll have to do in that case... Oh, this is super gross. Okay. In both of these cases... These will both attach to here. What we need to do is get this actually. Oh, funny enough, we can actually just literally pull from this. We'll get the most recent one. Do it from here, so we get the array sequence. We plop. We're gonna modify it. Do the same thing. And the index that we need is this right here. And oh, no. Whoops, no. We need this index. Oh no, that's the actual item. Oh, poopy. This is the index. This plus 1. No. Plus 1 is the actual item. That's what we're going to change it to. That was terrible. Okay. We need to untoggle visibility. We're just going to keep the text box toggled at all times. Oh. Okay, so it's not recognizing yet. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and print whatever this is currently, so that we know that it's actually going up correctly and it knows what it's tracking. Nope, it's still 0. Okay. So we're getting set array element. The target array is current sequence. Yes. The index is the length minus 1, which should be the last. It should be the end of whatever it is. So because it has a length of 1, current sequence has a length of 1, we need index 0. So we take the length, which is 1 minus 1, and it gets 0. That is the correct index. The item we will get that item. We will get the actual... Oh, add 1 to it. Oh, holy shit! Chat, it worked! Oh my god! Oh my god, that's a modular chat system! Holy shit! Oh my god, chat! That's a procedural dialogue system! Okay, so that means now what we don't have right now is choices that we can pick from, but holy fuck. Okay, such a little thing. Are you scared? Good. Call me Frankie. What's your name, hun? Chatbot? Oh, cute. All right, well, it's time to get going. Come on, we have lots to do. Holy fuck. Okay, so to explain again what just happened, right? This doesn't know, like, it's not just like putting them back to back to back, right? It's like, it's not telling the game what dialogue to use. What it's doing is it's unencrypting this code right here. So we can add a line to this at any time and the game will know based on what we wrote the row name as what to go to. So we can just throw dialogue at it in whatever sequence we want, and it will unencrypt it for us. Okay, that's disgusting. I can't believe I did that. That was gross. Okay. What we need now is a choice dialogue. There's a couple of things that we have to fix, because first of all, the dialogue pops up when it doesn't know to end a sequence. But you know what we could probably do is actually go to this struct and say end dialogue. And we'll keep that as a boolean. Yes. And what we'll do is we will toggle text box. We don't want to toggle, actually. What we'd rather do is just set it to visible. Toggle visibility. We can also just set visibility. To positive. Text box visible. Set visible. And then we'll do the same thing, but we'll set hidden. And on the designer, we will set this to hidden to start with, like we were before. And what we can do is that whenever we start something, is we'll just set visible. Oh, you know what? Actually, we can actually do an if statement on this, I think, because what we want to do is at the end is text visibility. We want this as a boolean, and we'll set this from do this back here, actually. Because we want to know right when we get the dialogue if it was a text box visibility thing, if we wanted to change the visibility. So that when we click on it again, it knows to set visible depending on... Whoops. We'll get this, we'll put this into an if statement. If this is set visibility true, overhead for this one. If it ends dialogue, call this end dialogue so that we know. If end dialogue, then we'll set visibility or we will set hidden. If it is true, then we set hidden. If it's not true, then we set not hidden. Boom. Can we just make a case? Is that an option? What is the name of that? There's an option for do one or the other. What's it called? What is that called? I guess that's just an if statement. Never mind. If I go to... We have lots to do. If I set that to end dialogue, then hypothetically what should happen is that when we click on it again, it goes away. Okay, cool. That actually worked as intended. That never happens. Crazy. Okay. With that, choices. We need choices. So we're gonna have to add another variable that says as choice. What I think we're gonna want is probably to the side, a set of boxes. This is a horizontal box, this is a vertical box. Inside of this is the horizontal box. Yes. So what we're gonna want to probably do is add buttons to this. A number of options that are kind of laid on top of it. Oh, we already have a scroll box for it. I see. Good. We did that. So let's add a button. And let's actually do this. Yeah, that's fine. We will need to put text on this button. And let's set it to the same opacity and things like that these are, which is what? Its opacity is set to about 0.5. Okay, so we'll just set it to black 0.5. And then black and 0.5. Beautiful. We'll need text in that. That text will be white. Can we add padding to this? Whoops, nope. What is the font that we use for this? The font is Montserrat. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. Montserrat, yep. Can we add padding? Yes, we can. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. And to this, we will also add padding. Phenomenamazing. This might need to end up going into a vertical box. We will need to set this as choice 1 text because we're going to need to set these as variables. Wow. Oh, beautiful. It already did it. These buttons are likely also going to need to be variables as well. Okay, so then we have choice 1, choice 2 text. This will naturally be hidden. But if we were to start right now, it's going to pop up on screen. Yeah, so it's immediately going to be on screen for what we can do. We can modify the placement as we see fit. However, we're going to need a lot more of these. 3. We're going to have to hard code, kind of, at least in this format, we're going to have to hard code the maximum number of options something can have. I think that 8 will be a good start. I can't imagine a place where we're going to have more than 8 options. Actually, let's do 9. I feel like 9 is kind of thematic. All of these are gonna have to be promoted to variables. Blap. 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 Okay, so now we have this cute little scroll box here. And we can scroll through them in the case that we need to. In the case that all 9 options are present, or if they have a lot of text in them, and they're super wide and super tall, then we'll have the option to scroll, assuming that it's necessary. But if they're too small to need a scroll box, the scroll box won't pop up. So that's good. I think we're also going to set all of these to hidden to start with, because chances are you're not going to need all of them in most scenarios. So let's pull all those off. What we're going to need next is essentially a way to tell from the sequence if there is a choice. So we have the has choice option. If that's true, then we'll need to know basically what each of the choices are. Yeah. And then we'll do choice text, and we'll just basically make a bunch of these. I think this is a good way to do this. I don't know if that's actually accurate, but it's what I'm doing. Okay. That's a nightmare. And it's going to make this... Yeah, that's what I thought. Means that when we break the pin struct, it's going to do this. But what can you do, I guess? Okay, so the next thing we kind of have to do... Got procedural chat working, and chat is mellowed out because Rick's ran out of sauce, and I've been in yellow for I forgot how long, but for a while. Honestly, real. So we're gonna need to make another custom event. Open choices. So what we're gonna need to know with this is how many choices. And what we can do is take all of the possible choices, and we're going to change their visibility. Switch on int? Yes, I think so. If 0's going to do nothing, I think, because it kind of does nothing. It's going to be a really awkward way to do this, but I think I'm going to do it this way. Set it to visibility. Yeah, I think this is how we're going to do this. It's 8. Seven. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Never guess what the last one is. Choice 10. Okay, and now we can just do a case where in case 9, we go to this one. In case 8, we go to this one, so on and so on. It's going in reverse order, but that actually works. Yeah. Because it's going to go down the line. If there's 4 choices, then it does 4, 3, 2, and 1. If there's 3 choices, then it does 3, 2, and 1. So on and so on. Like I said, kind of weird way to do it, but it works. Let's default to 2, and let's have 0 also be 2. Am I going to do that? Maybe less diplomacy. More just puzzle, no combat. For what? Ah, I see. We're talking for West March. Okay, so we set them to visible. I think on each one of them getting clicked, we're going to have to turn off choices as well. But we'll get there in a second. Okay. There's some awkward formatting to do here, but I could see how to do it. I can at least kind of see how to do it. What we're also going to need from this as well is 9 choice texts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is where the nightmares begin. These should all. I did this, Tim. Undo this. Text. Three, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now we have all these choice texts, and now we have to get all these text options and set their text. Yeah, like that. Do this on 9. It's probably... Seven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Forget these, connect these before I forget to, because God knows I will. 2, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Connect these pins up. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, thank you so much for the nice snack. Let me go ahead and grab it. Some time ago, so I got peanut butter and a mango juice. Yes, yes, talk bad about Ori while he's not here. Genius. Mwah, the lore sucks. Arya's a mustache. Bad thing, bad thing, bad thing. Wonderful. Mango. Okay. Now that we have all this, another thing that we need to do is have, when we click on all these, I think we're going to want to have a variable that is choice output. This will be an integer so that it can respond with what choice it actually gives. Because what we want is, if we go to choice 9, we need to go on clicked. And basically all we're going to do is just set the choice output. In this case, we'll set it to 9. So on and so on forever on. Let's tighten these up a little bit. I don't think we need to do much more. On clicked choice 6. Click choice 5. Unclick choice 4. Unclick choice 3. Unclick choice 2. And unclick choice 1. And just set the output. And basically, this is how the GUI tells us what we've pressed, essentially, or what we've actually done, per se. We'll work something out. Oh, no. Okay. And then we'll just need a custom event. Get choice. And what we need to do, I think... Oh, I think we have to do this in a function, because this can't return anything. Wow. Put choice. And we will do output. Choice. And all we're doing is just getting this and returning that. That's all this function does. Beautiful. Relax, I interviewed a pilot once. Beautiful. So in the case, we need to give a needs to be an if statement here. That was, dude, chatbot has not said anything for a minute. Holy shit. I need to turn them up a lot, apparently. Oh, that's a spray. Remember this, and we'll do that right here as well. Thank you. Oh, I see where I've gone wrong. This is going to be a nightmare. I'm realizing now that I don't think that we actually... This if statement can go later. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. What really should happen is we should go like this and go like this and not have two options to call upon the data table because they're doing the same thing. Because realistically, what needs to happen is, you know, we can save that for later. For right now, let's delete this, not make these permanent variables. And move this over here. This is where it actually needs to be. Then we set choice, then we check the branch. Yeah, then we can get rid of that. That way we can do stuff without having to mix and match shit. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare. More than it already is, I should say. Okay, so now we know to create a dialogue sequence or an action sequence, but before that, we can check all of these variables and all of this good fun stuff and see if we need to make choices. So, we can say if it has a choice from right here. We're going to be calling upon this quite a bit. Then we're going to take our HUD reference. And we're going to open choices. Yes. In the case that it does have choices, we just need to hook all of this stuff up. Oh, this is going to be nightmare pins. Oh, we are going to need to find a... We are going to need to substantiate a has choice option. North variable. Row has choice, yes. Because we're going to need to know at the beginning whether or not a choice was made. But everything else should be fine. That's disgusting. Okay, cool. Okay, now on the choice. What we need to do, this is going to get really gross. Oh, no, we broke it. Oh, are they all set to have a choice right now? No. There's probably an if statement wrong here. Is this set to visible currently, or is it set to invisible? Ah. That's kind of what we want that right now. Okay, it lost it. Interesting. Just to make sure, if we go like that, then that's what it was before. I know that all these extra wires and stuff are here, but that shouldn't change anything as long as it doesn't get to this branch point. It should be the same as before. No, I lied. Apparently. So, whatever happened before this. Is it because... if row and dialogue, then... Oh. Wait, what? No, that's something completely different. This only going to that? No. Where's this supposed to go? Not there. Hold on a second. Pick the current data row. We're gonna split by period and then get the... which would get you the part or the character. Oh, this does go here. Yes, because that's to tell whether it's an action or not. Then we set the current sequence. Yes, all of this should be correct, I think. I'm confused. What changed? Oh, because we lost name. That's why. I see. Those pins just got unattached from each other. Okay, cool. So now we can take one. We take the Are You Scared? And this is a choice. That has a choice. And the choice texts are yes and no. So hypothetically, when this happens... Yo! Grim, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? What's up?
Grim just raided with 1 viewers.
How was stream, buddy? How's it going? How you doing? Okay. There's a new instance where... Okay, so now it did actually pop up with a choice, which is good. But now we need to make it so that when there is a choice, when choice is yes, we need to do something about that. So we're going to do an if statement here. And if it had a choice, then what we're going to have to do is pull from our HUD reference and, whoops, and get... No, it's output choice. So we're gonna need to figure out what that choice was. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the make sure has choice starts as false, yes. Otherwise it's not gonna know what it is. We're gonna take the sequence data of our current row. No. We're going to take our current sequence, which is only an integer. What we need is a current choice sequence, which will also be an array of integers. Put that up there. Compile and set that to just have a 0, because it should be .0 at the end. Gotta get 200 hours or no Catboy stream. Come on, y'all. Stealing, killing as a cowboy in Red Dead? Oh, that sounds so dope. Below 100 tomorrow. This is terrible, chat. How could you ever let this happen? How could? What we need to do is get the last option of that. Just like this. So we're going to get the last variable in array again. This is awful. But instead of current sequence, we'll get current choice sequence. And we're going to set that last one like we did before, set array. Like that. This is the index. So we'll get the index. We're doing current choice array sequence. And set the item to... This is... Nope, apologies, not that. we're going to get it to this +1. This hurts my brain. Set it to that, but what we're looking for is this index right here. So we're going to set it to that. Now, it doesn't quite know yet when to usher the dialogue based on a choice, but it knows that we made a choice at least, and it knows how to set the thingy. So I think we actually have to move from here, because this is checking to see what choice we're on. We're going to do basically the same thing that it did here. So we checked if it's current chapter, yes. Then we're going to do this. And then on the right side, we're going to do the same thing, because on this decimal right here, this split right here, it's checking the left side to see what sequence we're on. It's on the right side to see what choice we're on. Yes. I think this is okay, as long as they're in order correctly. This could get ugly, but we're gonna need to do the same thing, basically. Just like this. And we're gonna change the current choice sequence, and we're gonna get equals equals equals. We're gonna get this instead. We're going to change this to an AND statement. Because both of those need to be true. I think that's all we need to do? Question mark? Oh, cool. We're back at text block now. Dope. Why? We set this back to normal, what it was before. It works? Correction? No. Okay. It broke before that. So that means that it's actually over here that the problem is. So something in here, if has choice. Oh, I see, because I didn't give it its false clause. If it doesn't have a choice, we still continue. There we go. I can't click on these currently. Why can I not click on these? Is there something preventing the... There might be an issue with... Yeah, and there might be an input mode that we need to set in the actual game library, or in the... What's it called? Set... Input handling? I think this is all we really need to do. Widget to focus. Do we have to set that? Oh, I still can't do it. Why? Why is it not understanding what widget to focus on? Where did it create the widget? Hold on, let's go back from this for a little bit. Where did it create the widget? Not here. Player character, player controller? Did we do? Oh, okay. On event begin play. And then we can set user interface. Yeah, okay. Like that. We'll do player controller. This is the player controller, so we'll give it reference to self. And we will focus on this. Is that what we needed? No, the buttons are still just unclickable. Is there something about the button itself? Is focusable, yes. It's just not... Yeah, I don't think it's recognizing that it's highlighting or anything like that. Which is weird, to say the least. Nope, it doesn't seem to know when I'm hovering over it either. Why can't I click on them? Enable input? For the app? What is going on here? Let's just add a button here that when you click it says a thing. So when we play, there should be a button on the side. There's not. Interesting. Why are there not butt 10? It's a pretty big button. I'm gonna be honest with you. And it is set to visible, so. Okay, that works. But these do not for some reason. So this one you can see the hello prompt is popping up a ton. But I don't know why the other buttons are not. There's something that sets those two apart apparently. And it is the same type of button. Is there something about there being text in it? What if I set to the visibility to hidden on this? Still can't. Okay. So it's not that. What is making... Is it because it's in a scroll box? Would that have anything to do with it? I did that. This is gonna look really ugly, but it'll test to see if it's the reason. It's not the reason. It has nothing to do with being in a scroll box, apparently. Honestly, I kind of liked how those buttons laid out. It was kind of like super in your face, and I kind of like that. But we'll talk about that later. So what is the problem here? What's the problem between this button and that button? I don't understand. Ha ha ha. Yeah. They're both in the same horizontal box beyond that point, so. I don't know. I have no idea. Well, I think that's probably a good place to call it for right now, chat. We're at about that time. We're at about that time. Oh. Zombie, how's it going? What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the alert. Thank you so much. Hi, chat. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. I'm sorry that was boring. This is gonna be mental health break though. Make sure to go grab a snack, go grab a drink of water, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you gotta do to be healthy. We're gonna be just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will do a poll for the next thing that we're gonna do. Oh. Sorry for the boring stream, chat. Let's break at the pool. Real. You got noodles? Let's go. Pookie! What's up? I've managed to recruit like 3 people, I think. Oh, interesting. I love system designs. I have no idea why those buttons aren't clickable, and it's making me angry. I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom. You guys talk amongst yourself. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone. I swear to God.
tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Let's spend a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say his name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. It's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in
Sorry, chat. I'm back. Redeem dance for the chair. Just talking but not making sound. Why? Chicken, I got to go die zombie. Why are we zeroing? Did it disconnect somehow? That fix it? Oh my god, you got the helium. Is there anything you'd like me to say while I have helium? God damn it. Orium, helium, and hug. Helium and hug? No, I'm not ever gonna say that. Tonight we steal the moon! Give me just a second. I'll do all that in just a second. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I bought a helium tank, and by I bought a helium tank, I mean Speedy bought me a helium tank, and now there's redeem for it, which just got redeemed.
All right, chat. I can do better than that. This is definitely not going to be a problem for my health, I swear. Chat, the vote is up right now. Do exclamation point vote followed by a color. Make sure there's a space there. To vote on what game is going to be happening next. Jesus Christ. Ooh. No, wait. I did not think that would work as well as it did. What? Okay, hold on. You guys are getting an extra one for free. Give me a second. I need to test this. Did not do the request? What request? Oh, which one? Oh. We're going to steal the moon. Ooh. That's fucking wild. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I broke the mic on which part? Which part did I break the mic on?
Honestly, I think that for me right now, best option would be just chatting. I could actually keep working, honestly, but I would say probably just chatting. Sounds nice. Right after the moon? Damn it. Okay. Last one, chat. You're getting too many freebies. It's not bits. It's channel points. I don't get paid.
Hello? Oh, it's not picking it up. Hello? Yeah. That's the best I'm doing, chat. Sorry. I'm not enjoying shit. Okay, now I have no idea. Hey, the R goes hard. No session! We need it on a Femboy stream. I will have it. I mean, unless I run out of helium. Chat, I will use this tank until it runs out of helium, and then someone has to buy me more helium. Oh god, dear me. I'm glad you guys like it? Question mark? Femboy stream with helium win. 75 for helium? Yep, precisely. Dog's gonna pay for me to get another helium, I swear to god. Don't you ever. I think so, yeah, Ty. Why do the buttons not click? I still want to know, chat. I'm back. You obviously you can't see it. But I'm back on the dating sim right now. I'm kind of mad that the buttons don't click. Why don't the buttons freaking click? I don't get it. I don't understand. What's the problem? What's the problem, chat? I don't get it. What is the problem? Make it make sense! Aww. Oh, so stupid. Chat, I'm so full of stupid. I figured it out, I think. I think I figured out what the problem was. The problem is that I'm stupid. I want a green, understandable. Ooh, the sexy pole. Oh no. Yeah, I want a green. That's already Ty. Then already let Ty loose on the pole. Ty, what are you doing with that pole? Really coding something in higher res because the text is very pixelated, so troubleshooting is a bit hard when we can't read it. Are you talking about for Unreal, for when we're working in Unreal and stuff? Yeah, in Unreal? No, 100%. I mean, I could also just make things bigger and stuff like that, but it's just sending the code, quote unquote, is probably not going to be that simple because it's torn between a ton of different objects and stuff like that. What's happening now, I'm realizing, is that the button is clicking, but however, yeah, at least I think it's clicking, but it's not doing the thing. Hold on. Yeah, it didn't know what to do. It did the wrong thing. The other problem is that I put in all of this code in the Frankie character, which is not where all this should go. Oh, fuck. Okay. I think that yellow was the one that was gonna win anyways, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oops. Okay. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
I tried to shake it, find a way
Oh, 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 oh. Oh? Oh. Hold on, Chad. I'm discovering something. Oh, whoops. There we go. Sorry. I'm debugging when I shouldn't be. Oh, it crashed. Cool. I think I just hit an infinite loop. My bad. Yep, infinity loop detected. Dope. Oh. It's because I'm dumb. Oh, Chad, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I see. I see. I see. I see. Fuck. I don't see that well, but I see something. That's for sure. Yeah, I think things are just happening in the wrong order. That's fine. I'm gonna close this before I keep working on it. But I want to see you fail. God damn it. Hello, 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 chat. Welcome to a Just Chatting stream. Congratulations, we've hit a Just Chatting stream. The chatting topic that I had in mind was one that I was actually really interested in. And normally, obviously, we can't make decisions outside of faction meetings and stuff like that, but it was about Season 3. There was something else that chat wanted to talk about. I can't remember exactly what it was. But chat had an idea. Oh, it was basement. I think it was basement company stuff. Firekeeper stream V2. Real. Fix chatbot. Why is it not working? Hold on, let me try something.
The company.
It's
Yeah, company.
Yeah, company. Keep them in suspense. I think it was the voice that was breaking.
Let's talk Season 3. I need a job at the company.
Thank you for the hydrates. Oh. The voice that we were using was broken, apparently.
All 4 hydrates of company boiled water finished.
Let me see if this works. I'm gonna play around with this for a second. I'm gonna play around with this for a second. No more sassy British chatbot. We might. I'm just gonna have to play around with it a little bit. Alright, Dame, do something that if you have a moment. Yeah, give me just a second. Let me turn chatbot onto very talkative real quick to see if it fixes anything for a little bit. Yeah, is it trying to speak and not still? Yep, it is. Okay. So that tells me that it's actually something to do with the either ran out of points or something like that with the application that it's actually voiced on. Okay, now it should work. I'm gonna have to go to, what was it, 11's lab? I think it's the one that made it? Yeah.
Shot but say fuck because Rain said so.
Yeah, it used up all of the points that it has. So in order to keep using that voice, those voices, the voice options that we have, now it needs to start being paid for. Oh, but you know what? It never has an unlimited option. It'll always run out. And I think that we're gonna run it out way too fast.
Yeah, great work, Rain. You really made Chatbot listen to you.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, honestly.
Damn paywalls.
It's not just a paywall, it's
Evil
a credit
money
system. It's a credit
Aw, that
system,
sucks.
which means that
Greedy corporate.
it has to be paid for the number of times it's
Not
gonna be
worth it.
used. And I don't think that's gonna work, realistically.
That's even worse.
Oh yeah.
Credit system
No.
will never be worth it for chat.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's keep Chatbot a little bit more on the talkative side of things, for just chatting.
We are good company.
Good company. Okay, so chat, for the number of people who probably know what Season 3 is, I presume a lot of people know what Season 3 is. If you don't, let me know.
It TBH I be dumb like that. Season 3? Never heard of it.
Not even once. What is this new foreign concept you bring to my attention? So, for anyone who doesn't know, that we have the Oracle's SMP, which is a Minecraft server.
CAON 3 is the next lore chapter, right?
That we've been, yeah, definitely. I mean, kind of, yes, actually, to an extent. So for most of the time that we've had it, there's been like, you know, like, it's very not vanilla looking, right? It doesn't look like vanilla. There's custom armors, custom mobs, custom everything like that, but you play on vanilla. And this is what we've been called, this is what you would clarify as Season 2, but we just call it Oracle's SMP. The reason for that is because in Season 1, quote unquote, it was just a normal Minecraft server with nothing special about it. I broke it, and we blew it up, and we made Season 2. So, in Season 2, there's obviously a storyline, there's quests, there's armor, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. And I've been talking about making a game that is called Season 3. And this would be an actual from-scratch game. It wouldn't just be a Minecraft server of some type. It would be an MMO-style dedicated server game that everybody could play. Now, in this game, specifically, just like in Oracle's SMP,
And
there's
now
something called
Season
Faction
3
Leaders.
is made in Unity with a custom building system and Mo elements, yay.
Unreal, but yes. In Season 2, there's something called Faction Leaders, which are 9 actual players that dictate how updates happen, that get to
Unity.
decide how...
We don't do that here.
They decide how updates happen, how the player base is affected. They make big decisions, including the ones that we're about to talk about right now. But with that in mind, imagine slapping a dating sim in there as well. Goodness. With all of that in mind, we've been talking about what the mechanics of Season 3 would look like. I did see that, Ty. I will in just a second.
Scope creep the game. Turns a dating sim into an MMO.
Two different games. If you want to do make that game for real, I would gladly volunteer in programming since I am in design school and now I can help with UI and such things for free, of course.
They're
that
the
would be
same
fucking
game.
wild, actually. They're the same game? Okay, never mind, chat. They're all the same game. That's the real reason it's made in Unreal. I might hit you up on that, Mac. I'm gonna be actually so dead
Or
honest
are we
with you.
making a team?
That's pretty dope. What do you mean by making a team? So, there was a concept that we were talking about.
Join the Myra Myth team.
Of programmers, honestly, squint. One of the questions that we were talking about is what combat would look like, right? Because we were asking, one of the things the way the
Join
game's
the
being
staff,
designed
Mac.
currently, it would be similar to how, like, any game, like any MMO style game, like World of Warcraft, right? Like you smack things, and when you successfully smack things, they take damage, and sometimes you can block stuff, and that'll reduce the damage, or whatever. Then someone mentioned the idea of turn-based combat, and I was just like, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen an MMO with turn-based combat. And now there's a concept that I am lovingly calling the Heartbeat of Hanai. So, what I was referencing when I said that is a tick system. So if anybody's ever
At
played...
monkey_pasquire I want to. I love all these projects.
If you've ever played RuneScape, specifically if you ever dove really deep into RuneScape and played a lot of RuneScape, you might be aware of something called a tick system. So in RuneScape, there's a tick every 0.6 seconds. Everything that the
Ori,
game
do
does...
I count as staff?
I would argue yes. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. Every single time something happens, it has to happen on a tick. And I'm tempted to pull up RuneScape right now, depending on how far this conversation goes. But when you go to attack, right? You attack on the next available tick. Every single time that you do something, it happens on the next tick. What's up, Jelly Bean? So having an extra game, not limited by MC mechanics, yeah. This is what we're talking about right now. The mechanics are what we're talking about right now. So on the tick system, right? If you want to flick a prayer,
404, we figuring that out right now, kinda.
Prayer is like basically some kind of bonus effect that you get at a draining rate. And when you click your prayer, it doesn't start until the next tick. Every attack takes a number of ticks. Everything happens on the tick system, right? Every 0.6 seconds, it registers what you're about to do. So what I was gonna say is we talked about kind of mirroring or making a parallel experience to Utopia in this game. And my idea for that, potentially, that I think would be really fun, is maybe... I just realized something. Fixed.
Sorry to interrupt, Ori, but I think I did something in the command channel that you should maybe look at if you have the moment.
I saw it. Give me just a second. I apologize. I'm trying not to lose my train of thought. What I was thinking is having a 1 second timer, right? So you can imagine a metronome playing, and everything that you do, even in a 3D environment. So unlike RuneScape, this is a 3D environment that's first person. Everything that you do is on this 1 second tick system, right? And we call those 1 seconds the heartbeat of Hanai. So everything happens on that heartbeat. So when you go to attack, it's gonna wait for the next beat. Every attack takes some number of beats. So like, let's say if you had a 1 turn action weapon, it would take 1 beat to attack, and you would keep attacking on every beat as long as you hold the button. If you have a 3 turn action attack, it would take 3 beats. So the moment that it registers, it begins an animation and it hits on the 3rd beat. If you want to block, 1 second feels like it would feel weird, probably. And I think that we could probably do half seconds or whatever would have you, but there's a reason why I say 1 second. I'll talk about that in just a second. If you wanted to block, right? Let's say it takes you 3 turn actions to block, or 3 beats to block. That would mean that when I go to attack you, if I have a 4 beat weapon, you have to wait 1 second after I begin my animation to successfully block me, because I'm only gonna block things on the 3rd beat. So I go block 1, 2,
BTW.
3. Thank you, Zephyr. I actually saw that. It would make it so that specifically, because it's 1 second apart, 1 second is a lot of time in video games. That is a lot of time in between. But what this does is it makes it less reaction based, if that makes sense. It's not about reflexes, it's about rhythm. Everything turns down to rhythm at that point. If
this
you can
turn into rhythm turn-based combat very quickly, and I love that.
And that's kind of the thing, is that it's not actually turn-based necessarily. However, it's not super fast. You know what I mean? It's very slow how everything happens, but everything has a natural rhythm to it because it's all happening on beat. Another thing, it makes movement awkward though. That will make it tough to make feel good. That was one thing I was gonna say is the exception. Is probably movement. Movement is free, and
yes,
doesn't use the beat system. Crypt of the Necrodancer type music for it. And that was another thing, is that you could also have the music staged with this, right? You could have the music, all music would be either 60 or 120 or 180 BPM.
I've never played Crypt of the Necrodancer, admittedly.
And you could have specifically songs that have emphasis on the heartbeat, if that makes sense. You could have a metronome that you could turn on and off so that you know when the beats are. Very unique as far as games go, especially for an MMO. That's what I was kind of hoping, right? Is it does bring a unique concept to MMOs. Because if we were trying to make another World of Warcraft, we'd get swamped out by World of Warcraft. If we try to make another RuneScape, we're gonna get swamped out by RuneScape, right? This is different. This is interesting, and like I said, it's not nearly as reflex based, right? It's not all about how fast you can react, whether you can block in time, you know, bigger numby, whatever. It's about understanding the heartbeat. It's about recognizing what timing you're on. It gives a lot heavier of a skill ceiling. Yeah, sounds a bit like Hi-Fi Rush. Interesting. Some kind of universal tick system would make combat a lot more consistent, even with poor internet. That's another big thing.
Kind of.
Honestly, one thing that a tick-based system does is it reduces a lot of lag, kind of. There are ways that it does and ways that it doesn't. And talking about that skill ceiling, there's another thing I wanted to introduce, right? So for anyone who knows music, you know 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You also probably know 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. The and is the half is, well, in this case, an eighth note, right? So the eighth notes, what I was thinking about is that if you turn to Utopia and stuff like that, and then yeah, if you go to 16 notes, it's 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana, 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana. Except this would probably be in 6/4 time, so, but we'll talk about that later. Essentially, what would happen? Oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh,
but that'll match interrupts.
If you look at, do that again with helium. If you're a demon, I will. Give me triplets? No. If you were to take something like the Conqueror, ultimate specialist sound from Utopia, or, oh, there's some helium. Okay, fair enough.
Don't have to ask me twice.
If you look at things like Conqueror or Champion, those give you additional turn actions, additional interrupt actions, and things like that. Well, maybe if you want to increase that skill ceiling, when people unlock a certain level of the game or they're introduced to a higher ceiling, then maybe they unlock the ability to use ands. So instead of working on a 6-beat system, you're working on a 12-beat system. And maybe the upgrade past that, you work on a 24-beat system. So now you're going 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana, or I'm sorry.
1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana, 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana. I hate you, London.
We love you too, Ori.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you. Okay. But that's kind of the idea that I was thinking of. Are you planning on implementing some Utopia mechanics, like bundling custom spells? Seems very interesting for this kind of game.
I want a boss in 13/16 times
I know it's a
signature.
different IP, but they are cool systems anyways, and more MMOs have been inspired by D&D leveling system. First of all, I hate the D&D leveling system personally, but yes, kind of. However, I do think that when it gets into things like custom items, custom spells, and things like that, we're getting into really muddy territory that A, is going to be extremely difficult to balance, B, it's going to be very difficult to know what your opponent is doing, and C, is going to be an interfacing nightmare. I think that when it comes to a virtual game, I think that limiting those types of customizations would probably be better. For the option of giving a set number of items with a set number of potential upgrades and things like that. I really, really love the gem slot system. The gem slot system was just the perfect amount of customization that I would want in a virtual game. Presets, yeah, kind of like what London was saying. I'm gonna go check commands real quick. Ty Guy has asked, who/what is the Ty bot, and that I have seen mentioned once or twice. I'm gonna take a second to answer that, chat.
I think the crafting ability should be replaced with gem creation. And the more effort of crafting you put into it, the better and more types of gems you can make.
All right. I answered that question in Discord. If anybody's interested in seeing the answer, I went ahead and posted it in the commands channel. Or if you guys want me to read it out loud, I will. Yeah, I hate D&D leveling system. I just said other MMOs have used it and say that's why it's not like bizarre to use Utopia leveling. Oh, that's fair. But yeah, that makes sense. It can quickly become a dwarf dungeon type deal where we suddenly wander out of the dead cats. I hope you know the reference. If not, I can recommend watching dev interviews with people behind Dwarf Fortress. I have not seen that, but I'm very intrigued. I think the crafting ability should be replaced with gem creation. And more effort and crafting put into it, the better and more types of gems you can make. Yeah. And that's kind of my thought process behind it as
Forager,
well.
you mean? You craft a base weapon, and you set gems into it to give it effects. For example, a base slow weapon will give strong gem scaling, and any gem you put in it is super strong. I am fine with you reading the answer out aloud.
Alrighty.
No, you don't craft the weapon, you craft the gems. So Tybet is in the narrative.
Okay, so
I am making dinner, so I can't really read it right now, Miss Lef.
The response is, Tybot is a mechanical assistant
Finally,
system,
Tybet
an
is in the
Android,
narrative.
and something of an information receiver
And the more
sorts.
you put into crafting, the better gems you have the potential to make.
They are a confidant of Oribot, giving information back and forth between the Omnisoul and the clones. However, as of recently, systems have removed them from their viewpoint of the Omnisoul, specifically due to their interactions with the basement. Given a temporal rip in the basement would have some extreme collateral that really can't be kept up with. The void.
Was nice to see ya again, 07.
I wasn't sure if Tybot was on the narrative or the reality side. That's the hard part. That's what makes Tybot so interesting. Tybot is not Tybot, of course you'd understand. I mean, yes, it does, Rain. God, I love this. Okay. Anyways, tick system. So if honestly, in my head, I think it produces a
Tybet is on both sides? Wait, I am curious.
Not on both sides. Not on both sides. It's a conduit. Some point in development, they started being a bunch of
614, I mean, the names are
seeing a bunch of
similar.
dead cats in restaurants. They thought it was a bug until they figured out that the cats were stepping in alcohol, licking it off their paws, and dying from alcohol. And that was just because they made the game so dynamic. So unexpected things happened. Anyway, that was almost unrelated. That's actually really cool. But with all of that in mind, right? This is just kind of conceptual basis, because I mean the game can't even really get worked on. If we wanted to introduce a tick system, we kind of have to do it right now.
Okay, excuse me, Tybet is a conduit? How?
How it happens. If we wanted to introduce something like a tick system, it would have to happen before development really even starts. We'd need to know that. Yes, I love ticks to them now. Okay, hear me out, but you give different archetypes different downbeats or beats to emphasize, and they get bonuses to act on that beat. That would be actually really wild. This is going to be an interesting, for musicians, this is going to be an interesting timescale, because like I said, it was in 6/4 time, right? So for anyone who, I
want the ticks.
More often than not, you're going to see 4/4 time.
Tick system sounds dope, and I'm so ready.
For most music that you listen to, it's gonna be a 4/4 time. I don't understand the bottom number.
MMO.
I don't know the denominator well enough to explain it, but I know that the top number in 4/4
would be super effective.
And the top number of 4/4, it means that there's 4 beats in a bar. The reason why I say this is 6/4 time is because it shadows the 6 turn action system, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and which will again shadow the 6 turn action system. So instead of having the 1 and the 3 kind of be your kick drum on that, so it's like 1 and 2 or sorry, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, which is probably the most common form of emphasis you can get in 4/4 time. You'll have 6 notes per bar.
There's 6 beats. You can organize it like beat 1 is red, 2 is purple, and so on.
That's another reason why. Yeah. The 4 means they're quarter notes. Well, you still fit 6 quarter notes in the bar.
Quarter notes.
Right? Rain, correct me if I'm wrong. There's still 6 quarter notes in a bar in 6/4 time, right? Yeah, because it's still 120 beats per minute. Or I guess in this case, it's 60 beats per minute.
6/8 is 6/8 notes.
Okay. 6/4 time, you would have 6 quarter notes per bar. Yes, okay. 6/4 is a weird ass typing signature? Yes. Yes. 5/4 makes me uncomfortable. There's a song that I was showed that I did not realize has a 4/4 time signature that changes into a 5/4 time signature only during the chorus and then reverts
I've heard
back.
music in
which
9/4. It was weird.
Wild. Think what
I
could be
think
done is
what
making a
could be
one-level
done is
prototype?
make a one-level prototype where things are tried out, not something to be attached to, but just to test what is possible. Then that can use to figure out whether stuff like the tick system is even viable in a multiplayer system. And also if you work multiple people on a project, most new to collabing, starting with a test would probably avoid structural issues later on.
Agreed.
I freaking got IT because my duder was running to catch IT.
And again, I think that the tick system is really interesting. Trying to imagine in my head, right? Imagine it takes 6 seconds to swing your weapon. You know what I mean? That's a huge downside because they get a lot of time to react to it. You know what I mean? And that's what, I think that's one of the premises that you can make really interesting. 9-lit, I hate that. But having, you know, like a 3-turn action or a 3-beat weapon means that you have 1, 2, 3. That's when the attack lands. And having a shield that takes 3 seconds to block with shadows what happens in the interactions between blocking and a fast weapon, right? Blocking and a moderate weapon. But it's a lot more dynamic in how you have to do it. You know what I mean? And it makes it very interesting in my opinion. You make a parry that activates when you pull up your shield at the last second. See, we couldn't do that in a tick system because there is no last second. It's all on the tick system. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the interesting part is that realistically, it's not going to be very hard to time. And I think
that
maybe
specific instance was a marimba.
I think that maybe 120 beats per minute might be better, which means essentially every half second, more accurately. The only problem that I have with that is that, like I said, it does increase the reaction time quite a bit, if that makes sense. I think another thing that would be interesting is also jukes. Right? So when it comes to like juking somebody, you can have a fake out, if that makes sense, or like an overwrite. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the upside to having 2 weapons, is that you can start an attack with one and then hit the other instead. You know what I mean? A feint, yeah. The dodge action is going to be goated, yeah. It's going to take 3 seconds to dodge. That's super gross. So I would probably have to reflect the speed as well.
It'll
like
be controller
having
compatible,
stop motion-esque animation,
right?
because the animation is smooth and fancy. It feels very annoying. That's very possible. It should be controller compatible. Another interesting issue, balance-wise, that you get into in the case that you have 1 action weapons and 3 action blocks, is that if I go to attack you, I can go attack, tack, wait, and there's literally no way for you to block me. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's kind of the song and dance of combat in this game, right? In this hypothetical game. Animation canceling, baby. Well, you can wait to moment the block. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the thing. That's kind of the crazy part about it. I mean, there's not really an upside to not attacking in this case because all you're doing is losing a second that you could have been doing something. But those are all just examples, right? Travel speed does make this difficult. What if you make the prototype and it doesn't work? I still like these ideas, but I think a turn-based game with unlimited time between moves like traditional Paper Mario games is also a good idea. I think all is possible. It would be really difficult to hash out.
Go attack. Yeah. Maybe like attack, heal.
And that's what I was thinking. That's more so what I was thinking. And that's another thing is that now you have spell casting, right? If you see that I'm casting a spell, you don't know what spell it is until the 3rd action. On the 3rd action, then you get to know what it is, but you already have had to respond to it at that point. Magic gets fucking whacked at that point. 6 beats are each color. You can have a super deep system. You can have people pick both a super and a sub archetype, and then when either are lower health or stamina, they regress into that sub, which changes their down beat.
So will there
that's
be
actually
item
gross.
upgrades for making blocks or dodges take less time?
Probably. There will probably be items that do that as well, right? So like, for instance, you could have a shield that gives you 4 block, quote unquote, but it takes 3 turn actions or 3 beats in order to block. But you could have a 1 beat block that only gives you 1 block. You know what I mean? Because assumingly blocking in this case would just be reductive. It would not be like you avoid all damage as long as your shield is up. Might be weird. How do you regen stamina? Over time. Would there be a Sage Slayer-like ability that gives the magic a color based on its theme? Probably, yeah. I could see that. It's like W Wizard wave their hands doing spelly stuff and then just pull out the Glock instead. Or if you can scale the tick rate based on location or leveling or something. You block for 1 beat insta, but the next 2 beats you cannot block. Yeah, that actually is also a really good idea in my opinion. Oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Turn-based. Buy London for 5 minutes. That's wildly unfortunate. All these questions exactly why a prototype/testing project is necessary, because making something like this is not easy as it sounds. Like at least 2-year project for a fully working project, considering most people working on it literally have school/jobs on the side. No, 100%. And that was kind of to be expected for whatever this game ends up being, because this game is not simple, right? Any 3D MMO that you make is going to be, at bare minimum, at best case scenario, a fucking nightmare. However, it's never stopped us before.
The reds should get to use 3 action weapons for 2, and greens should get 3 action block for 2.
I think that's all possible. I think that realistically
So
this game
did
would have talent
Utopia,
trees.
and here we are.
So if you're high level facing a high level enemy, your tick rate in the battle may be 1/3 of a second, but at low levels it might be 1 second. And that's kind of the thing, right? Because if I get to use ands and you don't, how do you block me? Does that mean as long as I attack on the and, then you can never hit me? I don't think that's the case, right? I feel like the way that it works is when you hit, it checks to see if your mouse is down on a tick, right? So let's say that it checks to see and you have the mouse down on 1. It begins the animation. You block for the entire duration of 3. So you've blocked for 3 E and A. So you block for the entire duration of 3. If you land anything in that 3, then it's considered
Your
blocked
block
in that
lasts
time.
for that tick yet.
Yep.
Utopia the MMO but with rhythm.
And that's kind of the interesting thing, is that thematically, it creates such a cool concept. You know what I mean? Because you have this music. You have this music that Hanai lives by. The heartbeat of Hanai. But it takes time to raise and lower, exactly.
Will you build the equipment to be musical?
I don't think it'll all be music based. I think that it's more like a kind of like a belief system of sorts, right? Where they represent and understand and believe in this heartbeat. But I think that you still have traditional warriors, you know, you still have just normal people who just believe in the song and dance that comes from the heart of Hanai.
I cast Fireball. Hits you with a piano asterisk I lied.
I cast Fireball! I lied!
LOL. At the Forager 56, yes.
And these are all just like conceptual ideas. And like I said, with the tick system, there's a lot less for
Boss
the game
fights
to
are
have to
gonna
handle.
go so hard.
And that's what I was thinking, dude, is that boss fights will be so fun because you can listen to their rhythm. You know what I mean? Especially if, like, okay, this is an example, right? And maybe the music, quote unquote, doesn't actually have it's just a very basic like rhythm and bass line. You know what I mean? Like you have this, like, you just have like whole notes and just a very, maybe like, what's a 6 beat note? I don't know what that would be called. I guess a whole and a half note, whatever. Oh, there's a way to connect them, the whole and then a half, whatever. You have these 6 beats notes that are playing and just this really soft rhythm, and the actual like melody comes from the boss's attacks. So if you can learn the song that the boss plays, you can beat the boss as a pattern, if that makes sense. I don't know, that's just an idea. There's definitely a lot that goes into this, but yes, that. This sounds like it will be hard to
because
learn.
it would make things a lot easier to instinctually understand if you had sound musical cues on swing. Even just a ring of a blade or the thump of a step. Something that creates a subtle melody of battle, not a song, but an instinctual rhythm.
All cities have their own song, and the boss gets slightly altered versions of that song. I think I could see that. I could see that absolutely. And then once you get to like higher tier bosses, you start dealing with the ands. You know what I mean? So you have 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and they can hit on any one of those notes. You know what I mean? So now the counting gets a lot harder. You know what I mean? Much less once you get into 16th notes where it's 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana, 1 Eana, 2 Eana, 3 Eana, 4 Eana, so on and so on. Now it becomes like kind of nightmare fuel. You know what I mean? That's tough. That's really tough. But it would be a lot of fun in my opinion. Like I said, the skill ceiling goes up quite a bit at that point. So the city's all set up, but the boss fight, you hear the actual song. That would go so hard. That's what I'm thinking. 2 heavy music boss fights though. At that point, you're fighting Sans. Anyways, that was my thought process, right? Lord forgive the enemy who shows up and changes the beat to 3/4. At some point, it really becomes a rhythm game. And that's the idea, right? Is that you have this mashup of a rhythm game that's still an MMO combat style, right? It's like a World of Warcraft game mixed with DDR. It's DDR at Warcraft. I think that's interesting, personally. I'll basically have to scrap everything that I've worked on so far if that's the case, but I'm not really that mad
I will
about
learn to code just to help out with this.
And the other hard problem about this, and Mac, I don't know how much experience you have with this, but this is a multiplayer game, so it's all
this
like
sounds amazing, but holy stuff, it will be hard.
And that's kind of the thing, is that it will be hard, but I think it will also kind of not be hard at the same time. Because
love DDR.
It's hard because there's no games like it that I'm aware of, right? So games weren't designed to do that. However, I do think that you can build a fundamental system that the game understands that is a lot easier to work with. That's what I was thinking. It's on the easier end. I feel like the tick system does simplify things. However, you still have to fundamentally design the tick system, which can make it harder. Probably get a bunch of help from Crypt and Rift, Necrodancer. Interesting. And like I said, I don't want this to be a heavily music-focused game. I want you to be able to enjoy the experience without that, right? You can just play instinctually, and it should still work. You know what I mean? It should just be a feature of the game, if that makes sense. Anyways, this is multiplayer.
Elden Ring vibes, I guess.
In what's it called? Oh, multiplayer. So we do need to set up servers. There needs to be a dedicated host. You know, there needs to be the broadcasting, the authentication, all of that garbage needs to be in here. And it has been a nightmare working even the little tiny bit that I did. Oh my goodness, dude. It is a nightmare to parse through that shit, but it's gonna be really important. But having that tick system, I feel like it's going to be really easy to let the server produce, you know, that tick system. And it'll be a lot easier for the server to understand what's going on. I would imagine. Hopefully. Makes sense, but I need at least one full-on rhythm game style boss fight. Will it be PvP, like intended to be PvP? Yes. And that is another really important part of it, right? Is that you have to fight other people at times.
But I have not made anything fully fledged like this, but I have gotten a and in programming, communications, and in my technical subject where I coded a visual novel. I have experience with hosting stuff and all that, so I think I have enough experience to help out.
That sounds phenomenal. Do you have experience with Unreal Engine? It sounds like you do. I would assume you do. As long as the music is good. Bug ran about that. System vibe instead of actually fighting people. I will be back, Rory. All right, I'll see you when you get back then.
No, only Godot and Unity, but I am willing to learn.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Unreal Engine is definitely a thing and a half. Unreal Engine is an extremely powerful engine. I usually use coding blocks when it comes to shit like that. And predominantly the reason I do that is because their blueprint system is very powerful. It's slightly less optimized, but even then, for what it is, it's a surprisingly marginally less optimized. Like, you'd think it's extremely less optimized. It's really not. But also, when it comes to C++, I understand the fundamentals of C++. I don't understand the fundamentals of Unreal C++, because they have so many very complicated classes, and objects that they use that completely throw me out of the water for being able to use Unreal. Please don't make me do music. Get like 3 people chopping trees in perfect sync. That was like my favorite thing to think about, is like, can you imagine like you have emotes in this game and you just make a line of people that all do like their emote one tick after the other? It would be such a fucking pretty lineup. It's interesting because one of the cool things about Minecraft, and one of the things that makes Minecraft so interesting to me, what about non-combat aspects of the game? Like in Minecraft, you can farm, we have the stat mini games. I think for the sake of development, even that would happen on the tick system, right? So like it would take 3 turn actions to harvest a crop, for instance. That way you could introduce combat if you want, but otherwise it just keeps the flow. Will the game always run on the tick system, or is it only in combat what you choose? No, it's always on a tick system. Everything is on a tick system. Would be my intention. So the reason why RuneScape is on a tick system is not because they chose to. It was a developmental limitation at the time. RuneScape was made in like RuneScape Classic was made like somewhere around 2000. So that was a limitation, but it ended up being such a core feature of the game because it's how a lot of these players learned how to manipulate the experience, and then RuneScape started building based on it. This is specifically old school RuneScape, I will say. So please don't let go of the tick system in the future, because I love this idea and I want to experience it in action.
2001.
I'm very much a fan. 2001. Thank you, Ty. That's when RuneScape Classic came out.
I will try to make a few projects in Unreal and learn coding blocks. If I feel like I can work in it, I will text you that I am available to help out.
That works perfectly. It's really not that complicated. Honestly, if you know coding, it's like the simplest thing ever. The other problem is project management. So being able to both functionally work on the project at the same time. I can see a couple ways to do that. I don't see a million ways to do that. And I don't see any way that doesn't come with some kind of sacrifice. But we can talk more about that later. I'm personally very much a fan of the tick system. I am very, very much a fan of the tick system when it comes to stuff like that. I enjoy the Unreal coding blocks, but I haven't gotten advanced with them. Have you done OOP with it? What's OOP? Oh, object-oriented programming? Yeah. I mean, that's really all I know. I only know object-oriented programming. Unreal is very, very object-oriented. And it knows how to do all of that. Yeah, no. So Unreal, naturally, the way that it works is when you make an actor, right? When you create an actor, you have to make a base class. The actor is a class. If you were to create, for instance, like what I was doing in this game, we made a character class, which was one of the objects that we were working off of. And the characters are the NPCs that slide on screen and have the clickability and stuff like that. Frankie is a child of the character class. So Unreal handles all of that, and it does it very elegantly, in my opinion. But anyways. I like this a lot. I think it's going to produce a very specific vibe with the game, but I think it's going to do good. And like I said, I want to treat it like the tick system is the heartbeat of the entire game. Everything runs on the tick system. And part of that for me is because A, there's a flow to it, right? So everything happens on that flow. And B, developmentally, having some things on the tick system and some things not on the tick system is gonna be a nightmare, I think. Movement is the hardest part for me, right? Because if you have to move on a tick system, it's gonna suck. That's gonna feel awful. However, if you can move outside of the tick system, escaping combat becomes very, very easy to do. I did Roblox development for some time, and I had to do OOP from the ground up. It was torture. Yeah. Object-oriented programming is a way to think. It's not just a concept. It's an entire method of thinking. So here's the question. Will everything cost stamina except movement, or only certain actions? Because stamina is the only thing that can balance fast weapon
For working in groups, you would likely
system.
have to ensure minimal overlap and have things like Trello and Jira set up, so you show when you are working on things. The hardest thing in those cases is communication and planning to ensure minimal overlap. But I know you well enough to know that all that stuff will be considered before even starting.
Agreed and agreed. Okay, but forcing composer right in 6-4 for everything is mean. Yes, and that is you.
Jump.
I think that you can balance it without it costing stamina.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
I don't think it's fun to have a maximum number of attacks. RuneScape Dragon Wilds, which is a 3D survival game based on RuneScape, uses stamina to attack. I fucking hate it. It's awful and it feels bad. I do think that there's ways to curb that, for instance, by giving one turn action reactions, or giving, you know, one beat reactions, or being able to just move away. You know what I mean? That's kind of the interesting part, in my opinion. Start moving on the tick system, get up to max speed, and move off the system as long as it's held, and slow down and stop and sync with the system. See, I think the start is the hard part, though. Like, if you press W and it takes you half a second to start moving, that's gonna feel bad, in my opinion. There's nothing stopping fast weapons from attacking every tick unless you can stun them on reaction. That's kind of my thought process, right? I mean, you do have a point, absolutely, that you could just sit and spam attack. But that doesn't stop me from, like, moving away, for instance, right? Like, what if it slows you down? What if you can't move when you attack? That's still 1 second of movement that you're losing. And that's enough time for me to get around you. You know what I mean? Clean to sketch, back hurt, I'm gonna lay down. Good idea to lay down. I think that it's possible that it could become really annoying. And I also think it would be fair to make fast weapons just not that good. You know what I mean? Like, on like a defense basis, just like fast weapons in Utopia, it struggles against the fact that if they have high defenses, your fast weapon literally doesn't deal damage. And that's just the downside that you have to fight when equipping a fast weapon. Should block damage and stuns on its third action. A stun would be tough. A stun is a lot.
You can have instant feedback in projecting where you will move, and allow for far movement at a time. Like touch to move.
In projecting where you will move. Oh, that's actually really interesting. I'm gonna go get my bike. It's been on my school for almost a week by now. That's probably a good idea then. Yeah, go grab your bike, dog. Maybe include movement on the tick system, but have it be really slow while weapons are drawn. The move too quickly and need to take a dash action using a tick. That makes sense. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. Like, if, for instance, like, you press it and your character reels up, but he doesn't move until the tick actually happens. In which case, we'd probably use Forager's idea, where you kind of leave the tick system until you let go, right? So once the movement starts on tick, but then you can just move for as long as you want. That would be an interesting feeling, to say the least. But I think it's possible. That's weird. That's really weird. I'm kind of into it.
Will positions be on a grid?
I wasn't thinking they would be. I think it'd be really weird to have a first-person grid-based game. I think that, or unless it has a grid that characters, like, where it differentiates between characters and objects, then probably, but parkour will be nuts. Get you less wind-up time with one tick items by using it and barely move for the tick hits? Yeah. Yes, Minecraft is absolutely, it's a voxel game. That was one of the things that I meant to talk about earlier that I didn't say, is that one thing that's really interesting to me is that one of the things that's so satisfying about Minecraft to me is that because it's a voxel-based game, everything is perfect, right? You can't really place a block out of place. It is always in one of, like, up to, I want to say 8 predefined positions if it's a stair. But every block can only be, you know, in one predefined precision inside itself. It's always the same. You know what I mean? And it's perfect for that reason. You put 2 stone next to each other, they will perfectly lap with each other. They'll be completely flush every single time. And what's interesting about this is that I get that vibe, but temporally with this idea, right? With this concept, it is temporally perfect. Everything happens, you know, every 1 second that passes, you watch a careening of actions take
entity
place.
Position grid is so small that it's smooth.
Yeah. Make everything hexes. Please, I want to see hexagonal terrain. I hate hexes so much. I don't like hexes. It would make sense, but I wouldn't like it. Also, 6 is an unhappier number than 4. I agree, but also no. The only other thing I could think of is that when it comes to travel is if there was a way to, like, look at a place, right? And then move to that place that you're looking to. Like, your character automatically navigates to it. So instead of using WASD keys it would be like you look around in 3D space and then you click on a spot and then you move at a certain pace based on your speed. However, that would feel weird. That would feel really weird to me. There's no wind up. The wind up is the 1 tick duration between the activation tick and the hit tick. This means if someone isn't using an item, they can move or dodge on that second tick to avoid damage. Yeah. Yes. I don't love point and click type movement either, especially in first person. In first person, that would feel really wild because then you couldn't like strafe. You know what I mean? You would have to look at where you're going. The other option,
you could have combat encounters have no movement, like Pokemon or Paper Mario.
That's possible. The difference between turn-based and what this is, to me, is the real-time aspect of it, right? Because otherwise, when you enter combat, you kind of get sanctioned off to a different place, right? You go to an instance where you no longer interact with the world. And I think the ability to interact with the world while in combat is one of the really cool nuanced features of this game, right? Everything's on the tick system. So if you're in combat, you can run as well as you can drink a potion, as well as you can do whatever, and things like that. I like that nuance personally. I don't think it's required, but I think it's going to create a good vibe for the game, in my opinion. Yeah, I think the tick system while keeping first-person type of MMO vibes will be really cool. That's kind of my thought process as well, is I like the first-person tick-based vibe. Again, movement is the interesting one to me.
Will there be environmental effects you can take advantage of? High ground, difficult terrain, maybe obstacles, and cover?
Assume as much. I would assume as much. That's another thing, right? Is accuracy, right? Is it still a hit scan? Are you still raycasting? So when I hit you, can I just miss by not looking at you? I'd assume so. So there's still accuracy in the game. You just have a lot more time to find your aim, if that makes sense. And also, movement means borderline nothing as long as you have a ranged weapon. You know what I mean? That's another really interesting phenomenon, though, is that if you can move freely and I have to aim at you with my ranged weapon, now reflexes kind of are a part of the equation again, right? Because I need to make sure that I'm following you perfectly in order to make sure that once that tick happens, the attack tick, then it actually is pointing at you.
Aim
or I guess
probably
leading in
shouldn't
front
be
of
a
you.
factor in the game at close range.
I mean, it virtually won't be, right? In most cases, if you're gonna hit someone with a melee weapon, just be up on them. Which would mean that dodging just becomes a thing of, can I get out of this dude's view in time instead of an actual mechanic? The other option is potentially having a, what's it called? A focus mechanic, where it's not a question of auto aim feature with ODDS. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Where you focus on somebody. Doesn't matter where you're looking, as long as you're focusing on them, the game recognizes them as your target. So it's not a physics-based thing. It's just, who are you pointing at the time? Who are you trying to focus on? And if you're focusing on them, when the attack connects. Another option, potentially, this is really awkward, but it could be that if we do have a focus-based system, then once you target onto somebody, maybe that prevents them from moving. Or they can move,
Like
but they
that.
they can only move one time, you know what I mean? And that's chewing up one of their ticks. Or you can't use actions while moving. Then it gets really complicated, right? Because it's like, yeah, you can run away as long as you're doing nothing else.
Oh no,
Or-
long grapple made it to this game.
Or another example would be that if you take an action, you're prevented from moving until the action is completed. Move, stop, attack, move, stop, attack. Yeah, exactly. If you start an action, you are stuck in your movement. You know what I mean? You can't move anymore while completing the action. I think that would actually be really interesting. which would put movement kind of back on the tick system. Being forced to not move while being aimed at just feels bad and feels it could be exploited. No, it definitely could be. If you can anim stall somebody, it's kind of gross. But if it's just the limitation that taking an action or moving is your only option, you can't do both, then it feels kind of more correlated. And then you could have talents that do allow you to do both. You know what I mean? There could be skills that you could take that allow you to take specific actions while moving. Like you can attack while moving, or a specific weapon that states it can attack while moving. I think that could build a lot of... So, for instance, right? If I'm a long range fast character, like a Wayfinder in Oracles, then my goal is to get as far away as possible, really, really quickly, and then aim, right? If I move so far away and then begin the process of attacking, that's your time to either get out of the way or try to get up to me. You know what I mean? And that's really interesting in my opinion. Another thing with the focus system is that it means that ranged weapons only are ranged as much as the stats of the weapon and yourself, right? Seems clear that there should be no projectiles in the game, only hit scan. I don't think it would even be hit scan. Or I guess it would be. Yes, hit scan. Yes. So that means that your accuracy with the ranged weapon doesn't depend on what you're looking at. It just depends on what you're focusing on at the time and what your accuracy score is in that case, right? It's just going to roll a random chance. And the further away you are, the higher chance of failure. This is really interesting, chat. This is really interesting. There'd be a way to turn off the focus and make it more skilled? I don't think so. And I think that's on purpose, right? Because I think the skill should be in the rhythm and the timing. It shouldn't have to focus on what you're pointing at. You know what I mean? Like there's some amount of it, right? So like if you're focusing on something and it leaves your LOS, you can't focus on it anymore. You know what I mean? That or it shoves your camera back in front of it, which would just be discombobulating, in my opinion. If it just forced your camera on them. I don't know. This is tricky. This is a style of game I've never heard of before. It is mixing a lot of features I've never even considered being together at the same time. So I guess it would be a feeling. You know what I mean? It would be based on what it feels like to play. I'm intrigued. I'm very intrigued. You know what also might be the case with movement that might make it easier? Even if movement wasn't on a tick system, right? If you could move, but you couldn't move once taking an action, if I go to swing my weapon, right? I just go swing, 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 swing. There's not a single opportunity for me to move. I have to take a break in order to move again. So I go swing, move, swing, move, swing, move, swing, move. Movement is not directly tied to the tick system. However, I can only do it on my off ticks, right? That's the only chance I get to move. So it kind of navigates itself in that way.
Season 2 is no longer the most accurate method of play testing.
No, not really. It is still an accurate representation of balance, of how much damage things do and things like that, which it's also awful for because it's Minecraft PvP, which is dog shit. No, you're right, it's just not. But that's okay. It does test the faction leader system, which I like, which is nice. I'm happy about that. I'll be right back, chat.
Yeah, the leader system is super cool. Still good for thematics and story as well. Yeah.
Zephyrvike just subscribed.
Zephyr W. Heck yeah, Zeph. Nice.
The patron to get the cool stuff. Thank you. What's up, Ashton? How's it going? 6 months. Let's go. Oh wait, shit. Did you wait? What? Did the timer go up, chat? Did anyone see? 6 months. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. God damn. Thank you so much. Wow. Wowzers. Holy shit, wowzers. It went up for 1. It means that they paid for 6 months of subscription, which is fucking bonkers, dude. I'll add the rest. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Congratulations for another hour and some change, chat. Gosh, dang diddly dang. Wow. Thank you, buddy. I don't know, I'm getting more and more infatuated by this concept, chat, by this beat system. I'm gonna pull up a metronome real quick, actually, because I want to feel this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2,
Music school
3,
flashbacks asterisk.
4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. You block. 1, 2, 3. You block. 1, 2, block. 4, 5, block. 1, 2, block. 4, 5, block. Why are you counting not on the metronome? Or is that stream lag? I'd assume it's stream lag. For me, I'm saying it on top of each other. That's really interesting to me. I actually really like that. That's slow. That's very, very slow. But it is really cool. I really love that. And it's also really cool because, like, imagining as well, like, the amount of movement that you could take up. Thank you so much, Zephyr, for supporting, by the way. I really appreciate you here, Patreon, everything like that. You are absolutely fucking amazing, and thank you so much. But I want to hyperfixate on the new dock, but it's also almost 1, and I can't afford staying up that late. That's so real, dog. Make sure to take care of yourself. What does half a second sound like?
That.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Block 2, 3. Block 5, 6. Block 2, 3. Block 5, 6. Block 2, 3. Block 5, 6. Slash,
Guess
slash,
what,
slash,
for
slash,
patron.
slash. Actually, you know what? Maybe. Ooh, what are you gonna buy for patron? Maybe half notes. Or, sorry, not half notes. 120 BPM.
At Ashton PYR,
might be-
I hyperfixated a bit too much.
Zephyr, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Oh god, the counting stopped my ears burning. Is it because it's off beat or is it because it's flashbacks from music school?
Oh wait, good night to thee.
This game teach me how to slow dance. I like half second better. Oh, it's off beat. Let me go ahead and play Africa by Toto. 1 beat off and 1 key
That
out of tune.
BPM feels good.
It does feel good, honestly. I think the half beat would be best. Yeah, that's kind of what honestly, after listening to both of them, I do kind of see that. I do absolutely kind of see that. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. Because you get the slash, 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 slash. I mean, that's fast, don't get me wrong. But, okay, do take note that this is getting all the way down to 16ths. So if it's ////, it's 1 Iana, 2 Iana, 3 Iana, 4 Iana, 1 Iana, 2 Iana, 3 Iana, 4 Iana, and there can be an action anywhere in there. You know what I mean? To me, that does make it more complicated.
16
However,
NE very not fun.
However, what Sky kind of said might not be a bad idea, where you start on the 1 second tick for like the early game, right? The very early game, you're playing this slow, methodical. You go straight into 8th notes, and then the end game, quote unquote, or the upper level of the game is where you get into the 16th notes, right? So basically, you only ever get into the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So it's much more granular by
Yet
nature.
as you get higher level, it gets faster.
And I mean, you could even have another one. You could have 30-second notes in there, but only at 60 BPM. So it's realistically only 16th notes at 120 BPM, but at 60 BPM, it's considered 30-second notes. I appreciate you, Zephyr. You're amazing. Thank you. What if we had BPMs for different difficulties? That would be tough because it's an MMO. So if your BPM is different from my BPM, we can't really fight each other, if that makes sense.
It's MMO, so multiple difficulties aren't really a thing. Just higher and lower level areas.
And assuming that the server is taking care of what the BPM is, we can't modify it for one person, we can only modify it for everybody. Another really interesting thing, I don't know how well this correlates necessarily, but I feel like it'd be possible to make use of time magic in that case, right? Because everything is on such a specific time scale.
Just play Africa 1 beat and key off I hate you.
So like high BPM servers, that would be kind of wild actually. Servers, oops, chronomancy, mirromancy. Oops, all mirromancy. I don't know, I'm very, very intrigued by this idea, chat. Makes me want to work on it right now, but I don't really have the methodology to work on it right now. I don't know, there's a lot more questions to ask, I guess. Another thing to ask is, let's break out the big guns for this one, chat. Let's break out the big guns. Entirely outdoors and very taxing if I don't have to get good sleep. 2, it's national regulation showing up tomorrow, so the entire camp's on the best behavior, and I also know I don't presently have enough free time in my schedule or space in my head to focus. This is exactly why I'm avoiding the whole Utopia stuff until autumn. That's completely understandable, dog. That is the realest shit I've heard all day. So, as of currently, you have, basically, you have tanks, wayfinders, and mages. And they kind of have their own paths to take, you know what I mean? Where they each take their own specific direction, they have very specific equipment dedicated to them and things like that. However, what I think might be a better idea is having more so an amount that they are... Any single piece of equipment can be some amount of each. So if we were to take tank, wayfinders, and mages, you can have a score or an item that's like 3, 0, 0. But you could also have a 2, 1, 0, and you can have a 1, 1, 1. Right? So this is a universal item. This is a universal item. It's a third as powerful at tanking, but it is good. It is equally as good at Wayfinder and Mage gameplay, quote unquote. Tank sub Wayfinder. Yep. So this would be an example of this as well. Wizard sub tank. Yep. You could do all of that. But when we're designing items, we can come up with these play styles and make items around that, right? So with this, there are 6, 9, there are 10 combinations total of ways that you could do this. Because you have tank sub Wayfinder, tank sub Mage, Wayfinder sub tank, Wayfinder sub Mage, Mage sub tank, Mage sub Wayfinder. You have, that's 6. You have pure tank, pure Wayfinder, pure Mage, and then you have the all around. The other option is that there could be no all-around whatsoever, and you only have 9 options. And you guys know how much I love the number 9.
See you next time, Sky.
Have a good one, Sky. I appreciate you. 10 options, technically, assuming that you have a universal option. I'm fine with 9 and a universal. And that's for any given, like that's the baseline for any rarity, right? So you have 10 options for... So, like, if you had, like, crude items, right? So, like, let's talk about this for a second. So we have Pure Tank. Pure Wayfinder. Pure Mage. Then you have Tank Wayfinder. You have Tank Mage. You have Wayfinder Mage, or Wayfinder Tank. Wayfinder Mage.
At TyGuy614, what a shocker.
Tank Sub Wayfinder, honestly. Interesting. Not what I would have expected. Very interesting. The courses, the non-courses, and the robots. And then you have...
At Rainice fouling not to Ori, it seems.
Mage Tank. We have Mage Wayfinder. And then we have the hypothetical universal. So if we were to grab this, what would be the pure... Like, let's talk about weapons for a sec. We're talking about crude weapons. Let's make another layer just for fun. So let's say Pure Tank has a maul or a hammer of some type. I feel like Wayfinders would probably have a bow, and mages would probably have... I'm gonna say a wand. I was gonna say a staff, but I think a wand is a safer bet because I feel like a staff might be a mage sub thing more than anything. So Tank Sub Wayfinder. So generally Wayfinders are gonna be a ranged combatant, so maybe a partially range or a higher range, if that makes sense. But usually something faster more than anything. How do I navigate the patron? I'm slow. Usually by scrolling. There's also a tag filter system. So every single time I give out a post, I'll tag what it's about. For instance, if it's about Utopia, it'll have the Utopia TTRPG tag. And you should be able to filter out based on those. Mage Sub Bonket Staff. Staff. A flail! That's cool as fuck, actually.
It won't
Dagger
let me
Knight.
mess W my avatar.
That's weird. Patreon gets kind of weird. Mace, I would honestly assume, probably right here. That's kind of your cleric build, right? Tank Sub Mage, I feel like that's a cleric. Or it's cleric-esque. You know what I mean? Or a Morning Star, or what have you, what have you. Wayfinder Sub Tank. So probably a ranged weapon, probably a faster weapon, but on the heavier side. So maybe like a rapier? Or actually, you know what? I think I'm kind of want to go back a little bit on the Tank Sub Wayfinder. And say a spear. It's large, but it's at higher range, and hypothetically, it's throwable. You missed twice. How could you? Crossbow? In the world of crude, I feel like a crossbow is a little bit too high tech, but I could see something crossbow. Like that. I feel like crossbow's a little bit high tech, but in that world, my version of Tank Sub Wayfinder is just pure tank armor with Wayfinder bow. Not quite. That's not how this would see that. This has a complete set of gear for each playstyle. This would be the bare minimum, hypothetically.
Slightly sad.
I mean, you can run that. You can just have tank armor and a Wayfinder weapon. There's just nuance to that, right? Because tanks are still going to be weak to something. Maybe just big bow that can turn into a quarterstaff in close range, or bow with sharp limbs. Something like that, I think. Something that's both melee and ranged by nature. A ranged weapon that you can hit somebody with, I guess. Okay, Google, ranged weapon you can hit somebody with. A chonkla! It's a chonkla. Is there a name for an item that does that without just saying that it has a bayonet on the side? Boomerang? That's actually not a bad idea. I'm fine with that. At least for right now. Wayfinder sub mage. So, a ranged weapon that's kind of on the magical side of things. 4 prongs. A chakram, I think, would probably fit a similar build.
Gun.
But okay. We're still in crude, so it can't be that good. We need Wayfinder sub mage and mage sub Wayfinder. What's a tonfa?
Flintlock.
Oh, whoa. I feel like that's on the tankier side of things. It's kind of like a baton. I'm gonna be honest, Chad, I'd probably go for the hammer. Basically bad with something on the side. I feel like that's not on the magic end of things. My thought for mage Wayfinder or Wayfinder tank. Shuriken is interesting. Or you don't even have to say that. Okay. No, that's fair. I think I want to be kind of careful. So one of the features of being a mage, I think, or being a Wayfinder, one of the two, is that you have to spend what you're using. You know what I mean? That there's a supply behind what you do. And that's one of the downsides of it, right? So that's actually, honestly, a really good idea.
Mage sub-waif would be bomb.
Actually, I think
Zarigama?
I think that Shuriken might be a good idea, or a throwing knife of some type.
For something.
The way that I see it, tanks do not spend something. Everything that they use comes in an infinite supply. That's why they use melee weapons, right? You just bap, 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 bap. Mages spend something that they can retrieve, right? Like stamina, something organic, something that's... It takes time to produce, but that's what they're spending is time. Wayfinders spend an item, right? So every single time you shoot something, you consume it in some way or another. That's fair. Mage sub Wayfinder. Darts is actually a really good idea. I actually like darts. Darts feels very crude, and I think Shuriken could go into common at that point.
I feel hammer is more tank mage. It's long turn actions but high damage and not much lost every attack.
Well, that's kind of the thing, is that I think that realistically for a hammer, that's why I think a mace should be there. But a hammer is like the slowest, heftiest, nothing spent item you can get.
I think Firecracker for MW.
Firecracker is interesting. I kind of like that. You just kind of throw things and they explode. Is that what you were saying with bomb? You could see low-level things like smoke bombs or low-damage explosives. Yeah. Yeah, firecracker and explosive of some type, I think is a really good idea. Universal, something that's bad at all of them, but capable of all of them. So it has to be ranged, magic, and melee. But a sword isn't ranged. I mean, I guess you could say something like a dagger. Someone talked about a dagger. Because I guess you could throw a dagger, you get some amount of magical benefit from a dagger, and you could also range with a dagger. However, unfortunately, the fastest weapon so far is universal, which is probably not a good idea. However,
Sword
I guess
with built-in gun.
I guess we're kind of moving away from the idea that wayfinders are fast and more towards the idea that wayfinders are ranged. Sword gun. So this is an example, right?
Did you look at the Kusarigama as an option for something?
I would imagine that a Kusarigama would be common, probably above crude, but God, that is cool. That would be so dope, dude. So fucking dope. I think they should be more purple, less of an extreme, but hard to prevent, like a greatsword. I think tanks are orange. If we were to put an archetype on each one of these, right? Okay, let me put the archetypes that were true in oracles, or what was intended in oracles. Tanks were orange.
Tanks are definitely an orange.
Originally, tanks were masterminds. Wayfinders were... Yeah. I'm not saying this is correct, I'm just saying this is what was originally intended. But now we get to kind of reverse engineer this, coming back to it.
Orange/red, tanks purple/yellow, mage green/blue, wayfinders.
Yep. That's what it was. Thought the pier was supposed to be choruses, my bad. That might have been smarter, honestly, but... I think it kind of might not be, honestly, at the end of the day. Because I think that tank is closest to genius, but that's not the playstyle that it should be, right? Like, I feel like we should make mages feel more geniusy, because mages are likely going to be the most thoughtful. It's a sickle that you can use in melee with a heavy metal ball attached to the ball at the bottom that can be thrown out either to hit people or wrapped around opponents. Oh, that's another option, honestly. For Wayfinder Mage, you could probably have a Bola. Or Mage Sub Wayfinder. I don't know. None of these are set in stone or anything like that. This is really just conceptualizing and getting a vibe. But I like where you're coming from, Ty.
Attached to a chain, not a ball.
Wayfinder Sub Tank was Captain.
One of the extraordinary Wayfinders should be a meteor hammer.
I feel like a hammer is kind of on the tank side of things, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tank Sub Mage, that is, I believe that was Genius, if I remember. You know what? You're right, actually. I'm actually 100% in agreement that the pier should be choruses. If I could redesign everything, this is how it would be. And I'm going to explain why it is this way in a second. And I'm sure London's probably already figured it out.
I wonder if we will end up talking about the basement.
So, this is to say that if a pure tank is an
It
executive...
wouldn't be tank then, just power.
Well, this is assuming, and we can rename
I
these,
said
right?
Meteor hammer.
Oh.
Not hammer.
I understand. Okay, but now, how orange not tank, though? That's part of the thing, right? Is that we'd probably have to rename this. But I think it's better to work in reverse rather than trying to reapply everything, right? Because the goal is to know how an executive would walk in and want to play. You know what I mean? And then design around that rather than vice versa, which is how Oracles was made. So if this needs to be renamed, so be it. If this needs to be reconceptualized, so be it. But we should have an executive, a performer, and a genius play style. And then the mixes, like Tank Sub Wayfinder, will take a physical.
TBH, I thought it was nice not having choruses be the root of everything or once LMAO.
I mean, it's kind of thematic for the choruses to have a hard line where you have to take a pure, where the choruses take a pure build. You know what I mean? I feel like that makes sense to an extent, but explode. Line up endos and exos. That's kind of what I was wondering. So if we were to take tank one, we're thinking that
At
tank.
Reynice fouling it was weird cuz Waif was a chorus bullet and the others weren't.
I think that super tank is probably more on the purple side, question mark, or sub tank the purple side. That would mean that if first option is EXO, that would mean that Wayfinders, post Wayfinder would be blue, and then post Mage would be orange. No, I think it's the other way around. I think that the first one is the endo, so that would mean that these are like this. It would mean that these are like this.
Oh, I just realized why I'm hearing pops outside. It's freaking Canada Day.
I forgot about that. Happy Canada Day, chat. And then Wayfinder in this case would be blue. Sub Wayfinder. Lovers get a firecracker. Nice. That definitely makes sense, probably. Sub tanks get this. And then tank magic. Interesting. Okay, actually, this is lining up a little better than I meant for it to. Some of them are a little wonky, but I mean, okay, so this would mean that pure tank, which is actually originally called combat, or just, like you said, it's just power build, right? If we were to rename this to power, right? And just assume that all the other ones say that. Once again, I improved to be a captain. Yeah. Okay, I do agree with Saf, not gonna lie. But this is the interesting thing, right? Because Rain literally said mage sub-tank,
Blue IE,
right?
I don't think anything will be blocked off.
No, nothing will be blocked off, no. This is just, again, this is a generic guideline. This is me saying that if you give me an archetype, I will give you a recommendation of what the game was designed to be best for you. What portion of the game are you meant to enjoy or was designed after your archetype? Rain would be mage / tank, which I believe is what Rain actually said. I would be tank mage, which I actually love. I actually really like the idea of being a tank mage. Because if this is power first, magic second, so it's power versus utility, that's pretty bomb to me.
I've never seen you play sub magic.
That's because I don't like magic and oracles. If you gave me a game where magic had a different output, there's definitely, okay, let me say it like this. I know that Utopia states that magic is yellow. That is because of how magic is designed in that game, right? But there are magic systems that I love. There are games where I want to play a caster or at least sub-magic. My favorite class in D&D was Paladin, which is literally what this is, right? This is my favorite way to play right here. A little bit of magic just to enhance my power, right? Eevee is played like this. Eevee plays exactly like this, right? Eevee is just a little bit of magic to make the power better.
Personally,
if that makes sense.
I'm not sure how I'd be doing it. I'd Wayfinder sub something. I think I might actually run magic as the second thing, if it's better than oracles. Maestro.
Makes sense to me. That's the hope. It's funny because Wayfinder Mage would be a monk in this case. And I'm telling you right now, Maestros are always fucking monks. It is like the most confirmed thing in the entire compass is that for some ungodly reason, well, Maestros just always play monks. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's so consistent. 6-month advance for 3 channels. God, I fucking wild Zephyr. I actually like this a surprising amount. I did not expect this to go as well as it did. I think that weapon for weapon would be hammer. Hammer, you just hit hammer as executive because of self-insert? No, and that's fair. That's fair. I think that the weapons can be moved around as much as we need to. I actually don't mind a mace. If I couldn't have a hammer, I would take a mace. Always play monks. Ranger is a close second. I never seem to fit in with the genius stuff. I have barely even touched the magic stuff. And that's kind of part of it, right? And that means that the game should be modified in some way, or it points to a regression. One of those two things, right? If we were to take regressions into consideration, Wayfinder sub-tank, or the other options would be Maestro, which is a monk-style build, or Inquisitor, mage sub-tank. Interesting. No, you're
Weapon
right. I don't
for
think...
Mastermind asterisk I can't type today.
No, I think you're right. I don't think any of these match playstyle, which I think is a fault of the game, right? The game should incentivize your ability or your want to play the thing, if that makes sense. Still have $50 to play with? That's insane. That's wild. Tank sub Wayfinder. Okay, let's just take some. I'm just gonna grab some community members. Trank would be playing Pure Power. I don't know. Dino would be playing Pure Power. No, wait, no, Dino's Mastermind. Okay, Trank would be playing Pure Power. Interesting. Pure Wayfinder would be Elf, which I feel like makes sense. I know that Elf played a mage, but
WTF,
we'll come back to that. Would mage sub tank be closer to a warlock or a bard? Mage sub tank? That sounds like a warlock to me. Which actually fits. No, Dino's not an executive. I apologize. I lied. Is an executive? Are they? I'm crazy. I thought I heard them talk about being a mastermind. I'm getting so lost. Okay. Dino would play this. Mage sub Wayfinder. I feel like mage sub tank would be a warlock. Executive sub genius. Okay, I just had my rows rotated 90 degrees. Elf would be playing a Wayfinder in this case.
In Oracles, the closest thing on this list to my playstyle is tank sub Wayfinder.
I agree. Dude, tank was just so much more powerful than mage, and the combat for Wayfinder was kind of bad. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, right? Is it's okay to play tank because tank is just better.
Hi.
It's just the best. You know what I mean?
Hi, Julie.
Hypothetically, we would want to make it so that Ty would want to play a mage, right? That would be the best way to do that. Moonchi would be a tank sub Wayfinder, which is currently what the Navikula is. No, I lied. No, Wayfinder sub tank was supposed to be the Navikula. Oh, well, there's more work that needs to be done. I would be playing a tank sub mage, which I would personally enjoy, depending on how it's designed. This means that London would be playing Wayfinder sub tank. Forager would be playing Wayfinder sub mage. Rain would play a mage sub tank. And Sherbs would play mage sub Wayfinder, hypothetically, in this. Who would have thought? I'm the fish. Kind of sucked. I could only get closer to winning because I could run faster than most people. Yeah, and that's the balance nightmare that comes with Minecraft combat. Ori mistakes captains for conductors. Listen, they're reverse pressures. Don't worry about it. Sherb and I, lol. You would also play a mage sub Wayfinder then, Jillybean. Oh, hey, these are just the bards. Fuck this weapon. You get a guitar. Actually, I'm very interested in this, and I want to throw, just as
Ori,
a little,
what's
like...
my fully regressed playstyle? I want to know and potentially try on fully done game.
It would be this. It'd be pure tank. It's really interesting because your sub archetype has
Captain
zero pressure
Conductor.
from your super archetype.
So you were close, Ori.
That's so funny.
Firecrackers are very distracting.
It's so funny because Moonchi's regression style is either playing a tank sub Wayfinder or a Wayfinder sub tank. The point is no magic. So literally Derek fun. I love that. Are very distracting. Fits. Okay, I want to take the Utopia classes and pop them on here real quick. Zealot. This would be Rogue. This would be Artisan.
Mage sub tank or tank sub mage.
Yep. This is Pirate. Artificer. This is Warden. Monk. This is Warlock. And this is Bard.
I am mage sub tank or pure tank.
Mage sub tank or pure tank. I love that. So that I just want a ranged weapon because it was the highest damage output while also being the safest and least cost intensive, and then tank for everything else and mainly the armor to give high survivability and whatnot. Okay, here's an example of what I think would make Ty like being a mage more. Just as an example. If artisans had the ability to summon giant golems that acted as both a wall and a damage sponge and a good way to deal damage, right? Or artisans could deal their own range backup damage where they deal damage from behind and hide behind a giant golem. Never played a bard ever. We can change that, don't worry. These are the Utopia archetypes, right? So these are the disciplines in Utopia and how they match up to the compass spread. I've ever seen you play a character with enough social skill or capability to be mysterious enough for a wayfinder? Oofies. Being called lame. I don't know about that. Ty's dream game is just not playing and still winning. I mean, that is a summoner. All in all, I think I would have to see how the magic works in this new game before I can say I would play a pure mage. No, that's fair. Get back to your cell now. The warden is coming. The boomerang has spikes. I find this very interesting, actually. Wardens are not like big tanky wardens in Utopia. Wardens are like no fuck you wardens. Like they're really good at repelling and throwing things back at you because they're cunning and law. That's the conductor type, right? That's their two in the Adventurer's Guide. That's their two studies or their two schools is cunning and law. So they basically spit
also,
it back
Ori,
at you.
Very off topic, I know.
Better than it was before.
You want me to share some general information in DM for now until we can talk about it better later about the character that I have had in mind for a while?
Absolutely, go for it. Have a good one, Ash, and I
Harry
appreciate
Boomerang
you.
Asterisk.
Lurk for power. So like, in this case, wardens would be like the best at parrying, right?
I'm glad we did just chatting.
I was typed so badly. I got the point. Appreciate you, Ashton. I am actually very, very intrigued by this. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of okay with this. Who plays on Xbox here? What? Parry, 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 parry. This is such a weird way to look at this.
At Zephyrvike PC.
I'm so intrigued by this, chat. For me, I would be an Artificer sub-monk in this case.
At the Forager 56 square up.
That's so funny because monk is my second favorite class. I cry. Why am I like this? Can you tell that I was the default for this system? I'm dying. I happily rotted on Expedition 33 and it scratched an itch I forgot I had.
I think Wayfinder tank should get the Captain America shield.
Yeah, go for it, Ty. Wayfinder tank should get the Captain America shield. I'm gonna be so real. I hate playing monks. I fucking love monks so much, dude. Yeah, that's because Rain hates us and sucks. Probably. Yes, you are Pirate Sub Warden. I don't think I could phrase Moonchi in a better way. If they're not swashbuckling, then they're spitting it back at you. I like this. Anything but orange and opposites attract. By the way, Ori, don't be surprised if I ask for advice given your
a fun
green
and not
wing
that
mask,
believable
like
fact
my
about
coworker,
me.
because I do want to be able to have the knowledge to form a good intuition. Go for it. I would love to, Ty. Hit me with it. My boomerang is just a chonkla. We were making a joke that the Wayfinder sub-tank would just have a chonkla. Hey, why is shirt off out of stock? It shouldn't be. No one's redeemed it in the past 5 minutes, which I'm pretty sure it's cooldown. Oh, that's why. My bad. My B. Ah, thanks. Thank you for the hydrate. Yes, 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 yes. I also had their cooldowns backwards. I've played D&D. I've played through a few sessions in the campaign that didn't end up going anywhere because lockdown was as a bard. As a bard! Interesting! That's actually kind of wild. That's kind of crazy, honestly. My mod. My mod! I missed a drink. This is kind of wild to me. Honestly, looking at it under this guise changes a lot of things.
I say I used to main bard when I played D&D, always tiefling barding.
Okay, let's make another comparison real quick.
I like all the colors on screen shiny.
It's unfortunate that you say that right after I delete everything. So we have this...
Ori's so surprised that his compass system that worked also works better for the combat system without changing the fundamentals.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Bob Tholomew? No fucking shot.
They were named Bob Bobbert Bob Tholomew.
Bob Tholomew. So if we use power, Wayfinder, mage, right? What is their like redeeming qualities, quote unquote? Under this guys, I would say probably damage, which Wayfinders would trade for range, which I would assume mages would trade for utility. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Went through that one shot, played a ranger there, tried a different system, played another ranger. This one never actually landed a single hit, except one time he crit succeeded a shot on a dude's cartwheel and it shattered it. It's always monk, and then it's a ranger. That's fucking wild. Wizard named Varail. I did, in fact, forget about him when making Surreal. Strunk, far, utility. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. This is definitely my go-to right here. Is that my go-to? Yeah. And it should be my go-to, right? Yes. Yes, reds are all the power buffs. Yeah, 100%. Power is definitely my go-to. If we were to put a characteristic on either of these, like an ability per se. Do your bidding. I guess I would assume that power would be CC in this case? Camouflage when they don't
or
move.
When
That's
they move
actually
slowly.
Probably gonna stream. It's gonna be terrible quality. That sounds super exciting, Zephyr.
I would say power is more about being unstoppable, immutable, but also it's hard to change what you do.
Resist. Resist, hide, summon. I mean, that checks out to me. Ty! What's a mechanic that you would want utilized by your playstyle?
WAF is react/predict, I would say.
I would assume that in that case, CC would go to mage, right? And in context of season 3. Utility, summoning, and crowd control. What's your thoughts on that? Power halves damage taken for 1 minute or something, and then it takes the entirety of that damage that was negated afterwards? Potentially, yeah. I could see something like that. In what situation, I should say? If we were to be designing classes, per se, or play styles, what would you want to be the defining feature of your play style in general? Like, if you had to pick a small number of qualities that your armor benefits from, your armor and your weapons together benefit from, what would you want them to be? Virtually every situation, yeah. Maybe CC is more of a Wayfinder thing. Actually, yeah. I think CC is a Wayfinder thing, which is super gross. Yep, feels a bit green to me. Yep, I was about to say.
High survivability is usually my go-to. I don't think I speak for the majority if you are trying to ask for mages.
Healing. Or sustain, essentially, right? Because if you can heal everyone, you can also heal yourself.
That's why I use Black Hole.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what would be the mechanic for power? More damage. This is really interesting, actually. Healing and sustain are also very important to me. Hey, well, look at that. What are we giving to power at this point? I mean, this is basically their bread and butter, right? It's very simple in nature.
I only remember 2 things from that campaign. The first was the time my Bob lifted a boulder because they rolled a nat 20, and the second was that their weapon was a cursed butter knife that drained blood. The more blood it drank, the sharper it grew and more blades sprouted from it. Eventually it became some sort demon blade wolf. I don't know where that was going to go as the game ended not long after that happened.
Benefits, as in like you get more effects when you're damaged. Why, chatbot? I thought it was a good story. Something like that. Or like a damage over time effect, or bleed effects, or lingering effects, or something like that. Are my thought process, at least. I don't know, dude. This is kind of just power in a nutshell. This is basically it. It's just damage and resistance.
Ara.
Question.
Ara.
Fuck. What else do you give to power? You know what it might be, actually? So, being able to do slow things faster and being able to react, having your reactions do more for you. The only thing I don't like about heal is that it means that you were taking damage in the first place, which means you were in danger. Or just straight resist in my playstyle. That's fair. That's understandable. Timing fits a lot heavier into mages. I think that I feel like with timing, I feel like it's about making your slow things happen faster. Utopia treats that a lot as a very martialist thing. So, very red-coded, if that makes sense. I don't know, I'm intrigued by that. London, what's your thought? What's your thought on this? Rain, what's your thought on this? Because this is you as well. Or you need to kick someone in the server, their account got hacked and Sherbet is asleep. I can't use the hammer myself. Gotcha. How do you feel about timing? So specifically the ability to make slow things faster and basically make your reactions worth more temporally. So like for instance, this may mean that a block, you get the effects of a block for 2 ticks instead of 1. Or your 3 tick attacks take 2 ticks instead. So on and so on.
Seems like it's in the right place.
Both of these things would still be true for Tai, at least in regression. Yeah, essentially. It's effectiveness. That's a good way of saying that. I think that's actually a better way to say that. It's just effectiveness. I'm supposed to be a bit heavier into mage, and that's something I'd absolutely take over magic in any circumstance. Well, this is your entire sub-archetype, Forager. This is your whole sub-archetype, it's just all of this. So I'm not too perplexed by, for instance, Ty or Foraging liking
London
some of these.
stole it from me.
The only thing is that if correct, then Forager and Ty should want this more than anything else. Forager should want these two more than anything else. But both of them should have likings to things
Ty
that
or
are in
foraging.
here. Did I say Foraging? Forager. Example, Oracles, all my spell slots are for heal spells, but my primary goal is to avoid taking damage in the first place, either because of range or because of high armor class. I think that's where Summon comes in, right? Essentially, this is assuming that taking damage is kind of equal to everybody, right? Like, everybody's gonna take damage, and they have their own ways of not taking damage. They all have equal ways to not take damage, per se. I think that mages are gonna be the best at preventing it in the first place, though. Because Power isn't afraid to take damage. Wayfinders avoid damage entirely, quote-unquote. However, they're kind of the risky factor in that, in the fact that they either take all or none. Magic, I feel like, is the best at creating a magical wall between you and them. It's just an active play style. In From Far Away and Hidden. Not knowing I'm there is the best way to avoid damage. Yeah, that's the green play style. Avoid damage by blocking. Avoid damage by not being there. Avoid damage by outsmarting. Try to take all the damage reduction from all the playstyles and become immortal? Probably not. Because you would be mediocre at all of them then. Thank you for letting me know, Munch, and thank you, moderators. If you want to be named, I will. I think not being seen, having a magic shield, and if all else fails, which counts as regression, just going ape on the problem, which is almost exactly what Keyleth is going to have. I love that. It makes sense so far. It makes sense to me so far, at least. I don't know if it makes sense to everybody else, but I like this. I could see Ty playing an artisan. However, I could also see Ty playing a monk, and I could also see Ty playing a warlock, and I could also see Ty playing a warden. That's what he actually has. I love that. I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of this so far. I like these mechanics. With the timing factor, with the factions factor, and everything like that, I'm kind of a fan of it.
I can see Ty playing whatever the meta is in order to be the best of the best.
Yeah. You can see me playing almost anything, it
You can see
seems.
me playing almost anything, it seems.
Pretty much what Forager said. Power's power, effectiveness, the present. Wayfinder's flexible, amorphous, the future. And Mage is planned, ended before it started, the past. Yeah, actually. I just place whatever's best for you. Wayfinder's flexible, amorphous, the future, and Mage's plan ended before it started. Because mages are preemptive,
At Reyna's
right?
fouling, I am going to play whatever best suits my goals.
I think that actually makes a lot more sense in the way of saying that Ty would be a pureblood mage, is that they get the most benefit from pre-planning, right? So let's actually change this a little bit.
Ori is the one that keeps asking my opinion on stuff.
So you set up everything beforehand.
I just play whatever looks coolest /J.
Mage would probably fit into a lot heavier preparation, trying to anticipate things and hide in crevices and things. Yep. Then sending my friends in first.
Yeah. Pre-planning. Like spending hours grinding to have maxed stats and the best armor.
That'll do it. Or setting up imbue spells so that your next attack deals infinity plus 2 damage. So on and so on. Thanks so much to the community, Art Jellybean. Who would do such a thing? I could not imagine me ever doing anything like that. I love pre-planning. I know you do, right? So you can break this up, right? So let me go. Let me put the colors back on this real quick.
I like putting work into the start to make things more passive in the long run.
Then that's how a mage should be designed, in my opinion. Whoops, wrong one. So in this case, it means that you can tear apart your archetype and say an Inquisitor is going to care the most about damage, resistance, effectiveness, and or effectiveness, I should say, and utility and or summoning and or healing. So hopefully, if correct, you should be able to take at least one from each, right? So like, for instance, Inquisitor might care about effectiveness and utility. A Performer would care about range and hiding, or maybe CC and hiding, or what have you, a Mastermind would care about maybe damage and utility, so on and so on. So I fall back on that so I don't have to do much a lot of time.
At London Blue IE, which would be?
I mean, I'm not going to lie, one of the biggest strengths in the Oracles is the intimidation
At
factor.
Guy 614, it's less intimidation, more that I don't deal damage to you.
I mean, that is intimidating, to be fair. I'm kind of intrigued by this, actually. Not fast enough. I don't know. I'm actually very, very intrigued by this. Hiding and then pre-planning would be the Maestro. This, I guess you could also have a core strategy and then a backup strategy in this, right? So like, for instance, if you're Inquisitor, maybe your initial strategy is pre-planning, but your backup strategy is tanking. Like Forager said, hiding, and then your backup plan is pre-planning. So you pre-plan your backup strategy, essentially. Made you think you're sub-genius again? If you are an executive, your strategy is tanking, and your backup strategy is more tanking. Karatai has the scariest looking armor in the game. If I can deal enough damage to actually negate health, then I'm willing to fight.
Not to mention that NAKI Mythical outclasses me so much that it isn't worth actually fighting.
Become Nakai? Choruses have plan A, and yes, they have plan A. I can barely plan for dinner same day. Okay, your backup strategy is pre-planning, because hypothetically, your post strategy in that case would be hiding. The point is that you're never tanking.
I want to hide and then explode the enemy while sneaking.
Want to hide and then explode? So in that case, that would either be a captain or a warden, which means plan A is hiding, plan B is tanking. Concealing is a better way of saying that. Look at London, all his cool words. I don't know, I'm kind of a fan of this so far, chat. Whoops. Let's take all of the classes and consider this for a second. So Zealot
at the Forager 56 again. You do damage to me. I just have multiple avenues of healing available to me that 9 times out of 10 I can kill you before you will wear down my resources.
It's when he's seen. Before just starting to somehow throw punches as a tertiary thing, he literally does all 3 things. That's perfect. That's how it should be. So a zealot will tank, and when that doesn't work, they'll keep tanking, which actually makes a lot of sense because they get benefits from taking damage. So it makes sense that their first strategy is to tank the damage. If that doesn't work, they'll just gain benefits from tanking even more damage. Wayfinders are performers, or in this case, rogues, conceal, and then they conceal even more. If hiding doesn't work, hide better. It's a fucking rogue. Yeah, that checks out. The artisan pre-plans, and if that doesn't work, they go to their pre-planned pre-plans. So they plan for their pre-plans. This is actually really funny. Okay. Pirate. Backup plans, Ori. Yes, they pre-plan and then they back up their plans with pre-planned backup plans.
I do this. And if that fails, I do this more.
Pirates would either be, pirates are specifically, correction. In this case, a pirate would be first tank, then conceal. I think that's kind of backwards. I mean, I could see that in a way. I mean, it's kind of more like tricky footing type of tanking. It's like tanking, but realistically, it's more so just preventing damage in whatever way means necessary. Fancy footwork followed by run away. Tank, if you fail to tank, hide. Yeah, essentially. Next up would be Artificer. So Artificer would tank, and if that doesn't work, pre-plan. I mean, yeah. I'm not scared of losing HP. It's just another pool to use as a resource. As long as it is above 1, it's fine. The problem is that there are ways to avoid losing that in the first place, and that is obviously preferable and risking losing it. Pre-planning. Pre-planning doesn't work, pre-plan. So the initial pre-plan is take no damage. The additional pre-plan is if you do take damage, untake that damage. There's at least a way to squeeze it and to frame it. That is like the most pre-planning thought time. Yeah. So in this light, at least, it's making sense. Ori, I ate a dictionary. I see. Not a thesaurus? And so far in Oracles, the best way to avoid taking damage is found in other playstyles. Yes, which is what this aims to fix. So mine would be tank first, and then fall back on your pre-plans, which I actually kind of like a lot.
I can't see Ty doing anything except for pre-planning, falling back on more pre-plans, and then tanking.
That's actually really funny. That would be, at least in a compass matter, that would be falling on your pistol in that case, which is really heavy. That's full regression. Which is actually an interesting way to consider that. It's kind of weird. We'll get back to that another day. Anyways, or it's the purple. That's also true. Oh, that's true. Or it's the purple. No, that's a good point. Which is what Keyleth going to tanking is. Fair enough, yeah. So in that case, no, because Keyleth going into tanking would be partial regression. It's still a regression. It's just not full regression. Hit me and I can take it and ignore it. Dodge, but when you hit me, I disappear. Giant attack, and if you consider it, well, that's a warning shot. You consider it? Well, that's a warning shot. Artificer goes tanking into pre-planning, which makes sense for an Artificer if nothing else. You are start by concealing, backup is tanking. So you conceal first, tank second. Which, again, makes sense. Try to never be seen. If you are seen, soak up the damage. Wayfinder Mage would be conceal, then pre-plan. So that's never be seen. If you are seen, rely on your backup plan. Mage Tank. That would be if Warlocks state if your backup plans don't work, you soak up damage. say go screw it and just start slashing. I literally keep a talent open just so he can learn to take less turn actions per attack if he needs to. I fucking love that so much. I love how that's part of the pre-planning too. And then finally, the Bard is... Oh, interesting. Bard is pre-plan. If that doesn't work, hide. Green conceal is hidden, while blue conceal is unpredictable in exact position. Probably, yeah. Bard is pre-plan, and if you can't, hide. Or if your plan B is to just hide or run away. This is interesting. I like this. You play more like a lover, you think? Interesting. Well, maybe we should fix that. Not fix the way you play. Fix it so it matches your play style better. Bard is walk into the bar, try and seduce, run when they ask you to split the tab. Yes, that. That's interesting. Honestly, actually, that brings up a really interesting question.
I can absolutely see Bard do that. Haha. I have an army of spells. Spells fizzle asterisk. Oh no, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. I fucking love that, honestly. That is fucking beautiful. If you imagine this in a financial situation,
what would it be like for someone
really
to plan,
interesting,
and then tank the enemy?
Plan and then hide would be yellow, blue. That's lover. That would be Bard. Probably sub executive or sub something red or purple. Lover sub captain, lover sub executive, lover sub mastermind, anything like that would fall under that category. But it sounds lover sub executive, in my opinion. If you imagine this in financial straits, when you say tanking, I feel like it just means absorbing, right? Let me change tanking to absorbing, because tanking is very damage dependent. But I feel like framing this in a financial situation is a funny way to look at this.
Absorb, ignore.
Yeah, absorbing or ignoring is exactly what I mean by that. If you were to go out to the bar, right? A zealot in this case is just gonna take the bill. They're not gonna realize the bill was coming, but they're gonna take it. A pre-planner will try to figure out what their strategy is beforehand, whether they're going to split it, whether they're going to take it, whether they're not going to pay. Performers in this case just try not to pay. In my theoretical archetype, my first and second strategy would be pre-planning. If those fail, I would either hide or absorb damage. Precisely, yes. That is exactly what would happen, Ty. Rain, for you in a financial situation, this would mean that you try to pre-plan what's going to happen.
That while pre-plan is his secondary thing, Kyle actively prepares for every single thing he can get. To the point where it's a joke that he can just pull everything out of his pocket. The second there's a mage in the party, he asks for invisibility and silence.
Interesting. Red is absorb / overwhelm, purple is negate / cancel. And I think that makes sense. So, Rain, in this case, this would mean that you try to pre-plan what's going to happen, but if everything goes wrong, you just pay the bill. And this is another interesting frame of mind, which I kind of like.
I mean, I guess probably.
I don't know, Chad. I'm intrigued. I'm also hungry and I want food. Maybe I'm too green in my view of purple. Maybe. Can I pre-plan it instead, though? That's the goal. That's the goal. To be fair, you do have a regression that makes you pre-planning sub-pre-planning. But you also have a regression that means absorbing sub-absorbing. I'm gonna grab food.
At Rainey's fouling same, cuz no matter what you do it's still some money being lost and you can't do that forever.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe?
I'm gonna have to walk out in a second because it's heating up right now. But you know, I'm realizing now that I feel like the absorbing is the epitome of fuck it, I'll do it myself. Right? Like in my head, I imagine this kind of as like you walk in and still using the idea of going into a bar with someone, right? And pre-planning is communicating beforehand what your plans are. Concealing is whatever it takes to not pay the bill, and absorbing is paying the bill regardless, right? In some extent. So executive would come in saying,
That's why Thanos' skin is purple.
It's better than being caught stealing, not that I would know him. Absorbing would be whatever happens, I'm gonna pay, because at least I know what's gonna happen. Pre-planning over pre-planning would be communicating and then double checking what the plan is, whatever it may be. And then concealing would be making sure that you don't pay. For instance, concealing sub absorbing would mean that you try not to pay.
2 a.m. oops.
But if they refuse to
Backslash.
pay, then you just pay. Pre-planning sub absorbing, which is what we were talking about with Rain, is pre-planning what's going to happen. But if they say, I'm not going to pay, so then your only option is to seal, you say, fuck it, I'll do it myself. Make sure that they at least get paid. So on and so on. Or is Stan Lee? I don't know about that. What about this kind of build? It's one that
My
I've been meaning
bank
to
is
try. A
concerned
mage that
about
needs to make
fraud
physical contact
LMAO.
to use their spells. This would require speed and health, but also high magic. The pre-planning would likely be essential since you would have to use spells cautiously, considering you are close to enemies. So not having enough mana would be bad. Just wondering where this kind of character would fall. I think that realistically, if I were to say that, I think that would be tank sub mage, because I think that more often than not, the mage doesn't want to get in the way. There's the option of mage sub tank as well. Tank sub mage would be artificer. Mage sub tank would be warlock, and I could see it on either of those. Really, it's either mastermind or inquisitor. Kill my bank is concerned about fraud. No. Kill progressing. He tries to hide and assist. He uses plants and then goes, screw it, I guess I'm killing this guy on my own, which is kind of where where the one shot the 4 bosses he'd fight. Yeah. Or did I tell you that I met Adam Sandler a couple days ago? You're fucking lying. No shot. Did you really? You didn't even tell me. Rude. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my food.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind.
Now I got a picture. Holy shit, dude, that's dope as hell. I'm pretty content with the system so far. I'm sure that it'll come with its challenges, but bam biddy biddy bam, bam biddy biddy bam, bam biddy biddy bam bam. I sent some random thoughts in DM for later. Bet. Thank you, thank you. I don't know, chat. Do you have any thoughts on this? Do you have any, like, yays or nays, or, like, that doesn't make sense, or yeah, that works? Just 12 nights or something.
I like it.
I think this is a good prospect.
What about Universal?
Universal, I think, is always just going to be the mixture of all of these, right? So it's like kind of the considerate of all of the options, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just the worst at everything, but it's capable of anything. But someone got the reference. Oh, those shit-eating reindeer on my troops. Universal's lack of a personality. I think Universal is really just a stopgap. It's gap filler. Or I don't know yet.
Bye.
Oh, are you leaving? No, it's not a plain tortilla. It's a quesadilla. Directly based on my archetype, so if that's what he does, it's what I'll do.
Leave.
I love that. No! Bye, London! Lurk for power. Mm-hmm. With this in mind, I think that we could probably come up with some better weapons. Realistically. But I still like where this is going. I still very much like where this is going.
By London. It kinda looks like a plain tortilla.
I'm not against eating a plain tortilla. I do that sometimes. It's just not what this is. It has chems in it. It's got cheese.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's
Two of my prominent characters have been masterminds. I think the other would be a maestro. Yes. I've thought about that a couple of times, Ty. Specifically for your characters, no less. Wayfinder tank should, as a rare item, get a shield with a crossbow built into it. I think that'd be fucking dope. That'd be really cool. And that's just kind of the idea behind it, right? Is I feel like taking this into consideration when making weapons is better. You know what I mean? Is
Why are you thinking of my characters?
Because I like thinking about archetype stuff. I do it for a lot of people. I was thinking about your archetype and how it impacts your Utopia characters and yada yada. I think we've conversated about this before. I don't know, Ty. It's almost like you're important. But from what I've seen, the weapon types are static, right? Like short sword, dagger, long sword, etc., stuff like that. No. There's only 3 types of weapons. There's fast, moderate, and slow. And all it says is the number of turn actions it takes. Other than that, everything is completely customizable. Me, or not interact with my characters enough? Oh, I've definitely thought about that a ton. I've definitely thought about Forager's characters in reference to Forager. But usually, Forager's is a lot easier because it just matches the archetype so well. Character based on my archetype, but I don't know anything beyond it. Which is interesting, Ty, because if that's the case, then your mastermind characters match your pistol.
None of my no characters are Inquisitors. Jump.
You like Vi is
Known
an Inquisitor.
asterisk.
Is Vi not an Inquisitor? We've talked about this. I know I'm wrong.
Oh neat, I really should go more into the combat. I really need people to play with. I'm so glad I'm going to a nerdy school. I'll force them to play with me.
That's right. Kind of thought Vi was a lover. That's fair.
I kinda thought Vi was a lover. No. I started moving and missed IT.
That's one shot, and Venrin would have been masterminds, I think, and Silas could be a maestro. Silas is definitely, I would definitely call Silas a maestro. I think that Atlas, yeah, no, I guess those are both, those
At
pretty mastermind.
they will play with you whether they like it or not.
If that's correct, and they are actually any level of broadcasting you as a person, and the current compass theory is correct, that's wild. That's a lot of assumptions in place, don't get me wrong. But it means a lot of things. It means a lot of things.
You still don't know who Venrin is. How are you giving judgment on them?
Oh, I thought I did know who Venrin was. Venrin not the character you played in the Clock Tower campaign? I do have an Inquisitor, but they haven't been public for a teeny tiny moment. Yeah, most of my characters are a lot more heavily based on direct archetypes. Keyleth is directly based on me. Derek is intended to be a caricature of you. I love that. Oh, they will like it. I'll make them like it. With snacks! My diabolical plan. Oh, okay. Then I don't know who Venrin is. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I just misconstrued. Well, then only speaking for Atlas and Silas. It makes sense. But even then, assuming that their archetype is Maestro, I wouldn't even need to know. As long as knowing that their archetype is Maestro, Utopia is doing its job, and the Compass is doing its job, then that's wild. And says a very, very much lot. Snacks are the ultimate hypnosis technique. Rubs hands evilly. Forge seems to think Venrin is also a mastermind. Also interesting. What talent trees do they take from the most?
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line.
This is a big goal. But if you could assume that the playstyle matches the archetype, what this game becomes, or any given game becomes, is either one, a way to practice maturity or regression, or a way to push someone into maturity or regression, or a way to broadcast where they're at any given point in time. All the yellow archetypes. Which makes this exceptionally interesting, in my opinion.
At Canturan also come on, this is a design school, they will love how much customization is possible here. If there is one thing designers and programmers like, it's customizability within a logical system.
So real with you, chat, that quesadilla kind of fucked. But can you imagine if you make a system like this and you can watch as they progress? Like, could you imagine watching someone like go through their maturity arc by changing play styles? By like moving play styles? Like you could have someone like, if you had like a lover, I'm trying to grab one that's not here right now. Performer sub mastermind, right? And you watch them like play a mastermind, and then as time goes on, they slowly move their way into performer. And you can like watch someone's actual growth arc by playing a game. That'd be cool. If I was giving a full reading on Veteran, I would say mastermind subconductor. Wild. Be cool to type someone as a gamer. That's the secret behind a lot of these, right? Is that the idea or the philosophy behind it is that the way that you play is very telling. And what this system is for...
I don't want to play a red-based character. I do not like the warfare tree.
Let me give you an example, because I can poke fun at Rain, right? Red is Rain's pistol. So, like, if you were to take it in complete literality, it would mean that Rain doesn't like his pistol.
Is there a quiz or SMTH to take to get one's compass?
Working on that.
I have been too lazy to do it, but I am procrastinating, so I might as well get more into it.
There's definitely an assessment in the works. Oh, red's not your pistol. No, oh, I'm sorry. Yellow, red, green. My bad. Oh, that would mean that you're afraid of regressing. That's even crazier. Specifically endo regressing. Actually, I spent the total of one session with Flax unregressed during his finale. It was extremely playful, messed around a lot, and put fun and peace and peace above all else. Literally to the point where he was locked in place in telekinetic halt for a decent 5 minutes. That's so fucking funny. I don't use the warfare tree. They're just an orange fronting mastermind based on what I understand. That makes sense. In Ty's case, if that was the case, then it would mean the opposite, where Ty sits in his pistol if he makes consistently red characters. I'm gonna go rewatch the Compass video. BRB gang. Bet! Why is fear of regressing crazy? I thought that was normal. Well, that's just the thing, is that you can be scared of regressing. And then you can prevent regression all means necessary, right? Neither of those things are necessarily healthy. Thank you so much for the lurk for power. So like you can like no bars held prevent regression at all costs, you know what I mean? Which can be unhealthy for a number of reasons. Or you can naturally regress more often than not, which is not unhealthy necessarily, but it has its own pros and cons, you know what I mean? Only one who I haven't gotten a decent look enough to get his full archetype since he was regressed and just fought everything and lied in that state. And that's exactly the thing, right? Is the compass over time is a lot more complicated than just the compass. Taking a screenshot of somebody is a lot easier to deduce than understanding somebody over the period of time. Atlas, even though I only played them once a long time ago, was a red fronting mastermind. I don't know what the sub would be. That is a good question, actually. I would assume Atlas was sub yellow, would be my guess. I very prefer not to regress executive. Maybe it's telling. Maybe it's working. I don't know. Or maybe that's a coincidence. The goal is to make it work. Is it working? I don't know. It could just be a coincidence. No conclusion jumping here. No conclusion jumping. I don't know. I'm very intrigued by this, though. And this is an example, like I said, the better that we design this, the more telling that it is. And for people who do know the compass, they'll be able to read that. For people who don't know the compass, they won't know why it works. They'll just know that it does work. I mean, I just don't like martial classes. And that's the thing, is having more mediums to flaunt that at, you know what I mean? Because it could be that it's like, oh, well, you know, you don't like martial classes, but you could also hate tanks. You know what I mean? Or you could really hate playing Zealot style in this game. And that would be more telling because you're hitting it from more angles. Silas is a Maestro sub-executive. Oh my god, it's literally Forager. That would mean that Silas is just Keelf, which is very accurate. I felt very similar about those two. I think Flax was intended as yellow-blue and regress into red-blue after his deaths. If that's a thing, I don't know, but that's how he acted. No, that makes sense. That's very organic how that would go. A lover turned captain due to regression, due to trauma, due to death. Yeah, that checks out very well. I don't know. It's just ways of going about it. Collecting information from the highest number of diverse angles possible feels the best way to go about things, right? Because if I look at you straight on, there's a lot of misconceptions I can make because I don't have the perspective to see behind you. But if I can look at you from several angles, then I can confirm the information. It's kind of like how with, this is a really weird example, but with like mocap, right? If you're doing motion capture, you want as many cameras as possible because the more that you have, the more information that you get and the more that you can scrutinize all the information. But you only need 2 angles to triangulate. 1 angle is not enough. Silas seems very much like Keelf, but with a less of a moral code. Keelf doesn't like tricking people or lying. Understandable. Have a nice day. This is very dynamic, and I am very intrigued. Chat, I think it might be a little bit of an early bedtime today. Not like super early. We're only about 30 minutes behind, but I'm gonna give it a little bit longer. The Prison Clock Tower character was so long ago before even Atlas that I don't remember enough about the character. Understandable. Have a nice day. Like I said, many a time, I'm very intrigued. I want to know more about how these interact. No basement talk, Sag. I know, there's an entire Just Chatting session dedicated to the basement. So, I'm fine with lying, but mostly for their own good, or to embellish a story. I'm a writer, what can I say? Maestros always seem to be writers, and captains usually seem to be artists. Miss my conductor character, she was so fun to play. Honestly, that's so real. I remember that character. I love that character. It's weird to see how the compass has evolved over time. Like, it's really wild, because like the early stages of the compass have never been public, and it's so crazy to see where it's gone. Oh, I'm fascinated. Tomorrow is, let me look at the schedule for tomorrow. I believe tomorrow is Just Chatting, right? Yes, Blood on the Clock Tower and then chatting about the compass documentation.
Captains.
Like to lie to tell the truth. Interesting.
Nah, what makes you think that?
Exactly. Speaking of, I was asking my brother, an artist, what he'd want to play. He literally said, heavy tanking with a big weapon and jokes and taunting. I mean, if it checks out, it checks out, right? Wild. These are, that's not like based in any level of research. It just seems to happen a lot. It just seems like a lot of captains are artists. I would be intrigued by that though, if you could like build that out. You know what I mean? Like if like a lot of maestros seem to like writing, like a lot of like writing and things like that.
Monks slash rangers.
Exactly. It's exactly the same. In the way that like I don't have any reason for it. It just seems to happen a lot. What? No, Ty, that's not proof at all. In fact, you regress into maestro, which is worse for you. But I digress. It's actually really funny. It tends to be a good way to tell stories without actually harming people. Oh yeah. This late I must bye-bye and sleep. Have a good one, Cantaroon. Lurk for power. So specifically, you endo regress into Maestro. So if your endo regresses, then you will go into the Maestro archetype because you have orange-yellow over purple-green. So if your endo regresses, it'll turn green-orange, which is Maestro. And greens tend to be the storyteller when regressed. They lie a lot more often. I've not read the new Compass doc, if that is relevant. It does explain it in a lot more detail. But that's essentially how that works. If you were to exo regress, you would regress into Inquisitor, actually. Weird. I see it, but it's weird. It's a little bit more flexy. I would imagine it doesn't happen very often. So storytelling and therefore writing is just a better way to get those urges out without actually harming anyone, just from a first few thoughts. That's actually a really good point, because that does feel like how an orange would handle that situation, right? You want to storytell and you have an urge to lie or to manipulate or to anything like that, you do it in writing. Because it's a fast, simple, easy way to prolifically do that. Saying that I'm going to become like Rain and Sky? Sky might be a conductor. Sky might be a conductor. But Rain, yes. Probably a good chunk of why performers are a lot like bards and musicians and things. That's what I was going to say. It seems to be very common that performers seem to be musicians or actors or anything of that variety. Why is Ty becoming me? Dear God. We're talking about exo-regression. If Ty exo-regresses, he turns Inquisitor. Why do you hate me? If I had to put a profession on every single archetype, and this is very, very rudimentary, very rough, and probably not accurate. Captain seems to be artist. Executive? Honestly, it seems to be like... I don't know, I'd have to think about executive for a second. I'm realizing I don't know a lot of executives. I would want to say like management. My first thought is management. Because the music element is a lot more social, so it's a good way to tell stories directly to people, yeah. Yeah, manager vibes, yeah, exactly. Mastermind, to me, I imagine, like, game dev, coding, programming, software engineers, shit like that. Dumb fuckers. I didn't say it was a bad thing, I was just giving an exclamation of surprise. Understandable. Performers, I feel like musicians, entertainers. Conductors? Conductors are actually really interesting. I don't know, I get kind of like guy in the chair vibes from conductors. Like conductors drive trains. I get like not IT, but like a half-ass customer service job, but one where you kind of don't have to be nice about it. Ori, help me, I think Rain is giving me a purple face or something. Going to music was a terrible idea, I understand. Yes, no, it was awful. It was a very bad idea. Conductors give me, like, business to business type. You know what I mean? where it's like you have to interact with people, but you don't have to be nice about it. Maestros, writing. Lovers? I don't know, my first thought is like bartending. Right?
What would you stereotype geniuses as?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Customer service people who have a sign, the customer is right when they agree with me on the back wall. Exactly. Bakers, that's actually so cute. Bartenders and bakers, yeah. Chefs, that's actually so funny. Yes, I agree with that. Inquisitors, I feel like are like your like data entry editors, you know, stuff like that. Like they like repetitive tasks, you know what I mean? At least in my experience, it seems like a lot of Inquisitors really like that, doing the same thing, but in a slightly different style, but very consistently. Editing, data entry. This is not biased at all. No, never. Does this mean that Rain might be an editor? I did say it was based on patterns. Geniuses are a tough one. I see engineers. Geniuses give me engineer vibes. I wanted a data entry job so bad. I actually didn't know that. My SIL who loves baking and cooking. I love that. And very much is that archetype. Practitioner of Cinemancy. Rain is a practitioner of Cinemancy. Rain, this will be your new official job title. I'm gonna start calling you a fucking Cinemancer. Get fucked. Geniuses give me engineering vibes, but maybe a little bit more. I'm stealing that forever. I don't remember that tweet, but now that you say it, it feels like the recollection is starting and it's not gonna finish. It's a freaking cool. I just need one for writing. Scribe? Scribe, write. What is other words for writing? I don't know. Yes, that's in school to be an engineer. Maybe it's just engineering. I reshared it a while back in YouTube general. That's right. I remember you looking through the tweets and stuff like that. I thought that was really funny. I think that probably engineering would be my first go-to at the very least. I feel like there's another one that's more fitting. But I would say engineering, maybe medical. Engineering and medical, to an extent. Because that's definitely your kind of like support / paperwork vibes. Okay, those are my stereotypes, chat. Those are my stereotypes. Those are my profession stereotypes for today. I want to become doctor.
I am not either of those, so I can't be a genius.
It doesn't mean you have to be it. It's a stereotype. It doesn't mean you have to be it. And you could be regressed. Maybe that's why you're a writer. Oh, I'm sorry. No, never mind. I'm sorry, Ty. You're a captain, so you must be an artist. All right, chat. I'm going to pause the timer so I don't forget this time. I forgot 2 nights in a row and I had to go fix it. But Ty's a writer. I was about to question that. Ty would never write anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Chat, we talked about someone earlier, and that was Haru Odyssey, and I think that's going to be the person that we rate today. Good rate, good rate. It seems like they are, in fact, live right now, which is really exciting. Which means, make sure to copy that raid message. The one in the pinned message if you are not subscribed to the channel. The one with the emotes if you are. The one that's getting copied right now.
Oridon gingerbread, Ori invasion incoming. Oridon Torai, Oridon Bitplushy, Oridonala Plushy, Oridonaka Plushy, Oridon Orion, Oridon Ariplushy.
Thank you, Actives. Thank you, Lurkers. I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much for supporting.
Oridon BRR,
you guys are absolutely
Oridon
amazing.
Gingerbread, Ori invasion incoming.
Tomorrow we'll be blowing the clock tower.
Oridon Bitplushy, Oridonaka Plushy, Oridonala Plushy.
I gotta think this through better. Tomorrow we'll be blowing the clock tower, followed by just chatting, talking about the compass. So I appreciate you guys.
I hope you are joking.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I love you so much. I will talk to you guys soon. And bye.
2 types of damage. You have the shield damage and then the direct like damage. The liquid armor is your shield.
Okay, so I got a heal beam.